How are we all doing? Are we live? I'm not sure if I am or not. Good evening, White Sapphire. Can you hear me okay? Ooh. Do you know what I did? I put slow mode on and I shouldn't have done that. Good evening, Northern Rambler. And someone give me a sound report. Hearing you clearly, but not so good evening, Hodge. Guinness and all. Oh, man. Yes. Guinness pod. Good man, Al. Let me see. Pat Bourne is in the chat. What I've done here is I've forgot to turn slow mode off, which means that you will only be able to comment once every 30 seconds, which isn't ideal, but Northern Rambler won't have a problem with that. Alright, grand, let's get into the whole show here then. One thing you can do for me, if possible, please give me a thumbs up if you're just after joining. I always ask for that because I'm a very demanding kind of person, but it does help. Oh, the dehumidifier is coming on, and that just goes to show what time of year it is again. My little friend here, this is one of those little Dimplex dehumidifiers, and they're very handy. And I've had 4 of them through here, and they all have the same fault. There's a heat temp fuse in the motor winding for the fan, which goes open circuit for no real reason. So they're a good source of a free dehumidifier. The reason why I'm asking you for a signal report on the thing is I'm trying to watch it on my own channel as well, because it gives me an idea in real time if it's getting out or not. It's not showing up, so I'll close the YouTube app and go in again and see will it work. Who's this dude? Am I crazy? I don't know. Who are you? I think we're in business. Good man, Paddy Bourne. We're in the chat. We're going. We're in colour. Good man, Joe from the Philippines. We've got royalty in the chat. Good man, Joe. All the way from the Philippines. I hope your holiday's going well there, Joe. We're going to pin your message there because you're all the way from the Philippines. In colour. So what's the crack, lads? Any news now? Top of the milk, everyone. Just been starting a vintage forklift truck. I like the sound of that. Vintage forklift trucks are cool. Obviously. Good evening, Mike, EIA. IF. Good evening, Mike. Jerry McDonald wants to know, do I have any through? It's not tonight, Jerry. It's a bit of a run and joke of ours. A certain individual that we both known to us who enjoyed drinking large quantities of Druid cider. known for making people lose their shit. Trying to keep up with the chat. You are starting a vintage forklift truck, petrol or diesel. I've been known to use a 1960s Coventry, what do you call it, Flymax forklift. Don't ask me what a model or that. It's a Perkins, 4-cylinder Perkins. P4152, I think it is, that's in it. It's a pile of shite. But it's a good machine. It's got some abuse over the years. She lift 10 ton. Not bad for the 3 ton counterbalance. Blade Runner Shack is also here. That slow mode is going to be a pain in the arse, and I can't turn that off from here. I don't know. You know what? Right, I'm going to try something here now at the start, right? Now, this is either going to end the live stream or. Well, let me see if I can turn off slow mode. Oh, I think I can. There we go. And I'm back. Slow mode is off. Chat away. That might make things run a bit smoother. Jeez, I'm doing well that I managed to figure that out and not fuck up the whole shop. Diesel Perkins P4. Conveyancer was taken over by Coventry. Very interesting. How does it start for you? R1s has difficulties. Northern Rambler will be able to keep up with the typing. Alright, we've got Roundy Mounty here as well. Hodge Nodge Love. Kevy B is here as well. Right, we're looking well. Hit the thumbs up button. Jerry McDonald, if you don't hit that thumbs up button, I'm going to go around to your house and give you a slap. Sorry, Jerry's not wanting me to. So he knows I'm serious. Fat Tony's here. How are you, Fat Tony? So, things have been up to this week. Interesting. A friend of mine has one of these very large blue starting packs, right? And this thing is military standard, NATO approved standard, and it's in this khaki green thing. It's 33 kilos, so it's an absolute bastard to lift up, right? And the idea of this, it's a boot starter. So if your tank or whatever goes flat out in the desert in Afghanistan and the ISIS are coming down the road after you, you know, you can get this thing and you start it and off you go, right? So as you can imagine, it's quite ruggedly constructed. So my friend was very disappointed when it majestically fell over on its front and the switch broke into shit. So you have this thing, and these are about $2.5 grand. The fucking switch is made of plastic. So what are you supposed to do when the Al-Qaeda are coming after you? Your tank is flat, you get this thing out to start it. It majestically falls on its face, right? Nice and slow, right? And the switch breaks, and then you just die. You'd be wondering. So I put two of the nice twisty switches, the ones that twist 90 degrees on isolator switches, which are made of steel. And that was the end of that. But like $2.5 grand and the fucking switch is made out of plastic. Like, what are they thinking? You'd wonder, wouldn't you? And that's the second time that's happened. So that's one of the little projects I had during the week. Trying to open that up and drill out the hole to put the proper switches in on that. Majestically falls on its face. Very gracefully falls on its face. And then breaks into shit. Fucking NATO. Yeah, brilliant. Anyway, you'd be wondering. It's been a swine, but it hasn't been started in at least 10 years. It runs well once it's started. Yeah, once they get hot, they'll start all day, but they can be a fucker to start alright. You know, it's weird though, because some of them Perkins engines, I don't know what the crack is with them. And the compression ought to be perfect. And they'd be a bastard to start. And I've got the 42000 out there, which of course is it's a version of the P3 Perkins that's in it. Fucker starts first turn. Doesn't matter how cold it is. And my uncle had one, and I know the compression isn't brilliant in it either. But it starts first turn, and then my uncle had one years ago, and it couldn't be started. It was a heroin addict. He used to start with full of ether, you know. Like a ballerina, yeah, absolutely. So that's the 2.5. Just to try and lift this fucker up on the bench was unbelievable. But in fairness, to start anything, they're not short of the old amps. Jeez, that's nice gear tonight, yeah. Be having a few more of those. So that's what I was at. What else was I at? We were looking at the battery valve radio, which of course was of an interest. And we might actually put that up on the bench in a while. Have a little listen to it if anyone is in the humour for that. What else did I do as well then? I went into Lidl's, as I often do. Anyone who watches the channel will know that I'm quite fond of going to Lidl's. Oh, by the way, I'll have to apologise if I sound a little bit funny tonight, but a little bit of a head cold, so so it might sound a little bit odd, but I'm over the worst of it. The Dexter was like that. Well, you know what? I had a Dexter years ago as well. About 4 or 5 years ago, I had a Dexter. Early Dexter, standard Dexter, and it was a bastard to start. I used to always keep a rag tucked under the bonnet. A stick with a bit of a rag on it. And the starting procedure was, dip the stick into the tank, set fire to it, pull the pipe off the air filter, cross the starter, flames go in, up she goes. That's all you need. All you need is heat. This thing with ether is about. I hate seeing that. There's a Bardol or whoever makes that, or Bradex that makes that cold start shit. That is horrible fucking stuff. I hate seeing anyone putting that near an engine. I know a bit of a flame or blow lamp or something is a far better, gentler experience. The centre oils are full of all the stuff you never knew you needed. Absolutely. Same engine in the 35. Yeah, more or less the same engine in the 2000, the 3000, the 4000, the 240, and on and on and on. Yeah, I got the pre-cut heat shrink the last time I was in, and I have it here somewhere. In fact, I was only using one of them yesterday. They're handy for shit like that. But anyway, the thing that I did was, I have this battery holder here that holds 10 AAs. So, usually what I do, if I need a portable 12-volt source, of a load of those SLA batteries out of burglar alarms and UPS systems and that, loads of them, because they'll be throwing them out. Because they have to replace them every few years, whether they're faulty or not. But they're a bit heavy to be carrying around. So I said, I'll buy the old NiCad or Nymph nickel metal hydride AAs. Bang them into this 10 hole or so. I have a 12-volt battery here. That's a sensible size light, and I can just recharge it off the bench supply whenever I need to. So that's going to be a bit handy. It'd be handy for using the R600, the Kenwood, outside instead of lugging around an SLA. So that's all the exciting things I've been getting up to. After that, it's been relatively quiet, but however. So, of course, what I have to remember now is I'm going to miss an episode in 3 weeks or 4 weeks because I'll be at the Goblin. That won't be long about coming around either. Goblin at the end of the month. So we're looking forward to that. So that's the crack. So any more news? You got the foil kit. I seen the foil kit in Little here as well. Yeah, I didn't bother getting it though. I have a few foils. Well, they're all kind of bollocks at this stage. I need to probably get myself a few decent foils. They are good value for what they are. They are. I had a Parkside drill here, the 18-volt drill for years. Got in about, I'm going to say I got it in about 2014, and I gave it an awful life. And it only went tits up there last year after 7 years of sheer abuse. So they're good stuff. For what they are. They're pretty good. The price has gone up a little bit though. I have noticed that. The price has gone up a little bit. Their stuff isn't quite as dirt cheap as it was a couple of years ago. But then again, the price of everything is gone up. So there's not much we can do about it, unfortunately. Anybody here drinking anything interesting this evening? Are you on the tay, or are you having an ale dropping the hard stuff, or what are you at? I know some people don't touch it on a Sunday evening because they've work in the morning. That's fair enough. No work for me in the morning, thankfully. Kevin, have I got enough Avos on the bench here? Well, I've got 3 of them here actually at the minute. Don't ask me what the total number of Avo meters is. There was a bit of a gathering of Avos here last week, and they were put out into the container because we too many. You don't sort of need 20 of them floating around. But this one is a recent acquisition from. Well, I actually showed it last week. Nothing has happened since. Arms ranges aren't working, and it's reading low on all DC ranges. After that, we haven't investigated anymore. But it's a nice Mark III. It's a little bit scabby. To be fair, it's seeing better days. And I was sort of wondering, I have a nice Mark II here, and it's the only Mark II I have, but it has an open circuit moving coil in it, so it's finished. But I was wondering, I think the movement out of the Mark III will fit into the Mark II, so might do that because I have a spotless Mark III already. So it's one thought that's going through my head. Get the Mark II going. 3 Avos and 60 60k home per volt. Yeah, that's one way of doing it, alright. And divide by 3 for your reading then, wouldn't it be? Maybe. Jerry, little stuff does the job on the cheap, and if when it does die, no big loss, exactly. And you don't feel so bad that if some git robs your set of little spanners or whatever. I must say the spanners and the sockets, I showed a socket set that I got here a few weeks ago, but I'll show it again for anyone that didn't see. And this was actually one of those things that I couldn't walk by for the money. This is a 3/8 socket set, right? 6mm up to 20mm. 20, I think they would have pushed it up to 22. Bit stingy. But it has a 1/2 inch extension, 3/8 extension, 1/4 extension, and a 3/8 to 1/4 adapter, and a 1/2 inch to 3/8 adapter, right? How much? $7.99. You just couldn't. And the stuff is good, like it's good shit. So I remember years ago we bought a set of our spanners, Swan neck spanners, and we only bought them that we could cut them in half and weld them or whatever. You know, if you need to make up something to get in at some market. And we put one of them. We put the 19mm in the vice. We were baiting the shit out of the hammer just to see would it break. Not a chance. So it's not bad stuff. They're up to the German standard or whatever, and they're tested. So they're decent for the money. They're decent. And like that, if one falls down a hole or something, you don't feel so bad. If your 17mm 3/8 snap-on socket goes down the hole, it's gonna be a bad day out. Anyway, Kevy B got some scrap at work. If I need that, and PM me on the forum. Very good, Kevo. Did you get rid of your... You were looking to get rid of something. I can't remember what it was you were looking to get rid of on the forum. One's 8 Mark 5 and the other ones are Mark 2. I think the other ones are Mark 2, not sure, yeah. The Mark 2 and the 3, I don't think there's much in the difference, to be honest. I'm sure some AVO expert will come along soon. Oh, yeah, well, our Dremel melted the next morning. Yeah, I don't know about our Dremel now. But those were their spanners and their sockets and that kind of shit. They're good. The power tools or whatever, I wouldn't be driving the shit out of them. You know? They're alright. Battery powered Dremels or Dremel type yokes are shit, you know. What am I holding here? Oh, you ever put something in your hand, you don't even know what it is, and you start playing with it. This is a bit nice though. This is a Hazza 3.8 ratchet. It was a nice nick, the proper 1970s. Back when shit was good, you know. They don't make them like they used to. My toolbox is about 4 3.8 ratchets in it, and now 3.8 sockets. They're all half-inch. Doesn't make sense. They got claimed. Good man, the droppers. Yes, that's right. They do. Do they do imperial sockets, or do you just make it fit a 13? Make it 13 fit. Now, Jerry, we've had this discussion before. I get really upset when I see people use metric tools on, you know, BSF and AF shit. They don't do imperial sockets in Lidl's, unfortunately. But if you need a half-inch socket, go and get a half-inch socket. Or it'll burst you. And don't be baiting your half-inch socket onto a quarter BSF either, or they'll come after you. I used to do a bulk pack of 10mm sockets. Kevin obviously gets for the 10mm sockets. I remember someone saying years ago, there's only 2 spanners you need, a 10 and a 13. You know, or a 3.8 and a half-inch. Depends what persuasion you are. It's true though. For 90% of the shit you be at. We've got 24 people watching, which is great. We've got 19. The dehumidifier in the workshop, by the way, which of course was free like the other 3, because of the heat temp fuse in the motor wine, which can be rectified quite easily in various ways, depending on your persuasion. It's quite good. I'm surprised the amount of water I'm after catching here in the last week with it on. But of course it works like it's like a heat pump, isn't it? Because as it's taking water, moisture out of the air, it's heating up the shed. It's only 150 watts. Right, I wasn't in the shed for 3 or 4 days here, and I come in this morning to empty it. It was nearly full, but it was also 19 degrees in the shed, which I was quite surprised at, because it's sort of 12 outside, so it's working quite well. It's a cheap way of heating the outer shed, you know. We've got 29 people watching now. Jesus, we're flying, lads, for a Sunday evening. Obviously, well, you know, of course, the big thing is these days, there's no more heartbeat on a Sunday evening, so obviously that's going to account for the higher viewing figures. I think I watched Heartbeat back in the day. I think that finished up around 2009, actually. It used to be a good hour program. Of course, what ITV did was they realised that making programs costs money, and all these actors and cameramen and gaffers and buyers and producers and all this costs money. So they decided what to do is they'd axe Heartbeat, the Bill, they axe something else as well, and then they replaced them with those mindless arseholes on an island, wearing the face off on another. Chisels can be used as hammers. Not only that, a hammer could be used as a chisel. Jerry had to go and get fuel. Jerry being yeah, we've two Jerrys in the chat here, so this could get confusing. We've Jerry McDonald and Jerry BVR. So oh yeah, the outlaw hammer gets it at times, alright. I should sell my show to ITV. I don't think ITV could afford to buy my show. Unless I had it like on an island or something, you know. I don't know. The war in that dehumidifier to Lexus distilled and therefore excellent for car batteries. That is completely correct, Mr. Conway. Completely correct. And we have used it from time to time. It's also good to use for topping up the coolant in the car as well. Because there's no lime scale and shit in it. Mr. Chimpuk has it in one there. Well done. Do hit the thumbs up button if you're just in the chat. So, anyone else going to the Goblin or the Goblin? I have to call it the right name, the Goblin. Doing some wiring for a friend. Yeah, well, it's amazing, Kev, the way these new battery tools are after coming on, you know. We're looking at them Milwaukee 3.8 guns. They're only a stubby little arsehole this size, you know. Oh, Jesus Christ, I seen a fella taking a wheel nut off a truck with one, you know. 3.8 gun, battery power, and fucking lashed it off, you know. So they're after coming on a long way with this stuff. Channel 5, when repairs go wrong. What do you mean when repairs go wrong? Repairs go wrong. Cody's is going to be at the Goblin. Oh man. How are you, Dennis? Suggestion for a new TV show, not my TV show. Although it could be quite interesting. We could make repairs go along for the crack. Sometimes they do go wrong. I like that. Bush Radio was a bit of an arse during the week. I went to Stanley Fatmax range. So I got the Stanley Fatmax range of screwdrivers back in 2007. And I still have a few of them floating around. And I've received various bits of abuse over the years, like being left out in the grass for 6 months. So all the chrome's gone off this one. Others have been mislaid and stolen and what have you, but yeah, there's still a few of them around. They're alright, but they're bloody pricey now. Goblin is, what's the date? I don't know what the date is. 29th, is it? It's the last Sunday in October. Whatever that is. I don't think I'm looking at this calendar because it's for 1982. I've been meaning to update that. Well, White Sapphire, I hope you get to the Goblin at some stage. You use the Wii screw. Do you know what the Wii stuff? I don't even know if I'm saying that right. I don't know what way you pronounce that. But it's good stuff. And you know what? I like their spanners. Their spanners are very sexy. I was looking at a fellow was showing me a set of spanners he got off my while ago. And they're very nice. A lovely feel in the hand. The same kind of shape as the screwdriver embossed into the shank of the spanner, if you like. They're quite comfortable in the hand. It's one thing I don't like about the snap-on stuff. The spanners, they're like feckin' razors. Tear the hand off you. 13th of October, yeah, well that's it, yeah. 13th of October, last Sunday. So it'll be interesting. I've been before, so I don't know. A group of strange outfielders in a parish hall sounds interesting to me. Well, Joe King, if you're there, how is the weather in the Philippines treating you? Yeah, I have a Fat Max tape measure here somewhere as well. It's actually not mine, it's Mrs. Odge and I do borrow it. And forget to put it back, and then she gets all upset. And it's pink. One thing I'd say about McQuillan's is there's an awful lot of shit tools coming into McQuillan's now as well. You know, they're not quite as good as they used to be at one time. You know, they've got all that. What's that brand? And they're, I'm trying to think of the brand of tools, and they're all over McQuillan's now. You know, it's one of these brands. The name will come into my head in a minute, but you know, it's one of these things you use it once and it's guaranteed to snap. Sort of effort. Halford's advanced tools are good, especially you have a trade card. Lifetime guarantee too. I've been meaning to get a trade card for the Halfords. And I actually got a while ago, a couple of months ago, I got the half-inch pull bar, 2-foot effort. No complaints so far. And like that, if we snap the head off it, they'll replace it no quibble. So what more can you say? And I know a fella that has a full set of the Halfords advanced stuff. He has it about 10 years and he's delighted with it. He's no qualms about it at all. Snap-on is expensive stuff. You can buy lesser tools for the same money. And some of them are pretty... there's no need to be buying Snap-on. The Snap-on thing now is getting out of hand with young fellas especially. So you've got apprentice mechanics going into the trade who having a pot to piss. They're on 160 quid a week. And they're going and they're giving all their money over to the Snap-on truck dealer. It's fucking stupid. Buying these chests that are, 13, 14 grand. It's nuts. Jesus, that sounds like an expensive. Yeah, it's just, posers. That's wage packet removal van. Yeah, that's the way I know. But some of the Snap-on truck fellas have been known to be slightly dishonest over the years as well. With boys on the never, marking down 10mm spanner as a pull bar and shit like that. Yeah, it is. It is a magnet for thieves. That's why all my stuff now is. I've bits of everything. Shit that I've picked up over the years, and it does me alright. Would I know where to get an old school RF distribution amplifier or boosting the signal from an aerial to a couple of TVs? Thanks. I'm going to say eBay for something second hand. Probably still can't get them, I'd imagine. But I think second hand will be your way to go. I'd be banging that. I'd take that sentence and I'd stick it into eBay and see what come up. Rain and typhoon. By the way, recycling in the Philippines means everything can be repaired. Just like iron in the 70s. If it's broke, you can get it fixed. None of this crap of bin and stuff. freetv.ie. Yeah, give that a look. Yeah, you'll get them all right. Yeah, still available. I'm going in for another can now in a minute. Best of luck, Mr. OC Gamer, in your hunt for your RF distribution amplifier. So it looks like we're getting better weather here in this part of the world than Joe is in the Philippines anyway. Jesus, Kev. That's the first that is the first comment I've had to okay tonight. I might have a spare TV and it's just minimal filters and Dennis. Yeah, I've heard that the roller toolboxes are good quality, alright. The advanced ones. Semi thinking about getting one, but I don't know, I haven't made my mind up yet. It's a rather large investment to be making too. SLX, well actually XLX is what I have here in the workshop. It's mounted up here, as you can probably see. It's an 8-way distribution amplifier, and I've never used it. Stuck it on the wall and it stayed there. Never even plugged it in. Maybe one day. Oh, they'll boost the interference too. There's nothing shorter than that, yeah. So you have to have a proper low noise signal going into them first. They're not for boosting a weak signal. They're just for boosting an existing good signal, so it doesn't drop in gain too much when you start splitting it off to 4 or 5 televisions or whatever. Joe, it's a 20 to 4 in the morning. You better go to bed, Joe. We'll talk to you in the near future. Have a good night. I hope the wind doesn't keep you awake with all them typhoons and shit. The cheap ones with no input filtering can be overloaded by 4G stuff. Yeah, I suppose the hub be alright, yeah. Right, lads, I'm going into the gaff for a second, and then I'll be back out with another can of stout and more nonsense talk. Chat among yourselves there. For the minute, if you can, and we'll catch you in the next one. Look, I'll pour up here. It's like a test card, look. Thanks, lads. couple of people just couldn't stick me being away and had to jack it in, but I don't blame them. 26 people viewing them. They're live. I like that. Back to the fridge and back when the cows come home. Cowbell for when he goes for a tinkle. No tinkle, Jerry. No tinkle, Jerry. Anyone? Festal, no, I don't think I did say that actually. When did he stick that up? Sure, he might come in himself tonight, Jack. You wouldn't know. Remember, the cam's not on me. You know, I'm looking at the screen and I'm wondering that. Turn the camera. Do you really want to look at me? Do you want to be looking at me though? That's the thing. Like, you might be happy enough to look at the wall. I don't know. I'm back. Right. So here I is. I've lost my train of thought now. That's fucking terrible. Good stuff. Mr. King, who was just in the chat and has gone to bed, I did actually want to mention him as a subscriber because he sent me something that's actually going to be quite useful. And to be fair, it's probably safer built than most of these kind of devices. She's a 3-way adapter. Which are 2-pin European, and you've got, I don't know, American, every kind of socket plugs you can think of. In fair, the plastic, it's good stout plastic, and the brass inside is thick enough actually. Usually these are complete death traps. But I'm going to stick a short lead on that, will be handy. Are the Avos breeding? I think they are. I think someone spilled water on them here last week, and little Avo started spitting out of them. Yeah. No, there's certainly some sort of a conspiracy here with Avo meters, alright. They're starting to take over. Yeah. It's getting out of hand. It really is. Feed them after midnight. Well, I don't be in here after midnight, but I think one of them might have eaten a spider or something. Roundy, I feel your pain. I don't know about the Avo, man. No. How are you, Ray? Do I use a chill tester? Here's one for you, right? Just this for a quick laugh, right? I don't know if I'll be able to do this or not. Let's see if I just bring the camera in so far. Alright. Look at this. Northern Ramblers comment has been withheld. What's he say? He says, all wives do, Roundy, and handbags. Apparently handbags is a bad word. YouTube is getting very touchy. Very touchy indeed. Let's click OK on that comment. I'm getting bored, Rayo. Good to have you in the chat. Rework equipment and chips. Obviously, this is Michael Dranfield's video, which I haven't seen, but yeah, it's a waste of time. But I remember there was an article in Television Magazine circa 97. And I think they were talking about the painter chip in the Philips sets, which this it was the start of the BGA chips and TVs. And there was an article saying, getting into these and repairing these, and it can be done. And you can buy this rework station, and the rework station is only 27 grand. Now, you would have never gotten your money back if you fixed 5,000 of these Philips televisions, going out and buying this machine to change the chip. The writing's on the wall. You'd wonder, Larry. You would wonder. Of course, look where it all ended up. I'd say I'll tackle all the same that tonight. Yeah. So, let's see now. What are we going to discuss? I'm going to run a small poll. I'm going to let it run for 1 minute. There's 24 of you in the chat currently. And I want you to answer. All right. Answer me this. There is a poll in the chat. Yeah, when you say tube tester, do you mean valves or do you mean CRTs? I do have a CRT tester here, which I use occasionally. We do live in a golden age of tubes or tills. Roundy Boonies never seen them. Let's see. I heard about the CDD magnetizer. Yeah, that's the reason. Well, it's one of the reasons why I put in the subscribers only into the live. The sex bot thing is a pain in the hole. It really is. 19 volts, 27 watts. I'll wait for a few more people to do for the doofer. Yeah, well, I mean, like, if people are watching you, they're gonna sub to you anyway. If they want to, if they're not gonna sub to you, they're not gonna comment in the live, are they? And someone can sub and unsub or do whatever the fuck they want to do. But it does stop the sex bot straight away. The other thing I have on my videos, I have the sex bots blocked by not allowing links and comments, and they get held in for review. So I can go through the comments every couple of days, and you see them, you flag them, they're gone. And then if some genuine person, one of you, has put a link to something that's interesting, I can okay that then, and it'll go through. But it's the way to stop them. I tell you whose channel is absolutely full of sex bots, and it's Jim Lindeness, the Canadian radio fella, because he doesn't look at his comments at all, and he doesn't do his housekeeping. I have no time for any of that shit. So that goes straight away. Any spammy comments are bullshit. Bullshit does get fucking deleted because it doesn't add on to the thing, Shangle 66 is very strong on that too. any bullshitty thing, he just gets rid of it, and he's right. I agree with that. They make their name the link these days, yeah, that's right. But any links at all just get blocked. And that's another thing, actually, where sometimes people, if they don't leave a space between a full stop and the next sentence, YouTube thinks it's a link and it'll hold that comment as well. So, but it's pretty good. I done the 2000 and 2008. I knew it was the first, but had worked TV work, but had no back, so I thought no one would be interested. Jesus Christ, William. I'm going to bar you from the channel now for that one. That is you in the bin. I was in a house, a large country house. I'm going to say it's about 3 months ago now. And in the corner, in the large sitting room in this country house, was sitting a 25-inch Ferguson 2703, I think it is, Thorn 2000. And it was sitting in that corner since brand new in 1967. And it's never been moved. Beautiful television. Unbelievable. Chipmunk enjoys looking at James' videos. Can be hard to keep up with the housekeeping. Well, yeah, but with the old YouTube, I like to try and keep it in order. She was a bit of auto-foolery, alright, because I don't think there's that magnetic in a video, is there? I think there is the shiny bit is there's aluminium or something, I think. But I don't think demagnetizing it is going to do anything for the sound anyway. It's digital after all, either works or doesn't. Chipmunk says YouTube has a problem. I hope my YouTube doesn't have a problem. Right, okay, the poll. We look at the poll. I think it's running long enough now. Oh, so 24 votes. 62% do not watch Big Clive, and 37% of people who answered the poll do watch Big Clive. Out of 24 votes, that's about 8 people here that say they watch Big Clive live on a regular basis. So last night I looked at Big Clive, and I think I interacted with one or two of you in the chat. I watched it for about the first hour. First hour, we saw you there too. I saw you as well, Dennis. I saw Chipmunk. What I took away from it though, it was quite interesting. There's too many people in it, I think. I couldn't keep up with the live chat. It was fucking giving me a headache looking at how quick all the comments come in and go past. I don't know, I couldn't keep up, but I was getting a headache watching it. So anyway, the first hour was enough. I left it after that. Interesting though. Thought the 36 volt drill was interesting, alright. Arseholes. Yeah, I'd say he has a bit of a problem there at times, alright. Well, that's what I am imagining what it's like for him. Yeah, no, it's fucking nuts. Some people can't handle his blunt approach to some subjects. Well, look, no, I think you say what you say. You know what they say? Say what you say. No, I'll be of that mind myself. Now, I wouldn't fancy being him. The Patreon teams are much better. Only about 125. Dennis says, I might want to consider having one moderator for every 50 regulars. Yeah, I might look in again. It depends. Well, I think motorbike racing has put the Isle of Man on the map, Tony, to be fair. One place I've never been, would love to get to at some stage in the future. But no, he runs a fine show on the old live, and I can see why he separated the day-to-day channel from the live. Now, we discussed that last week, and it was the consensus of the majority of people here that I should set up a second channel. However, I'm not going to do that yet. Maybe down the road if this thing takes off, but for the time being, I'm going to leave it all on the one ball. It's not. It's just going to work out better than that. Big Clive just reads out super chats. No, that's not true, Northern Rambler. I will read out every super chat that comes in. And what else will I do? I'll send you a postcard, and an Odge Nodge badge. Won't let me pin your comment though. That's a bit arseface. Put user in timeout. No, I don't want to do that. Hide user. No. Add as a moderate. No, I don't want to do any of those. We'll just leave you alone, Northern Rambler. And we will thank you very much for your fine contribution. You have given John Joe 3 hours of heat in his shed. Now, that doesn't include the lights in the computer. A QSL card for every super chat. Yeah. Fucking price of stamps. Get the boat round. Thanks very much, Northern Rambler. I appreciate that. I really do. I've subbed to him now anyway. Might see some of you there the next time. That's Roundy Mooney's going to have a swing in on Saturday. That means if I go live on a Saturday night, Roundy Mooney's going to abandon me for Big Clive. Well, that's fair enough. Every super chat over €5 then for the QSL card. Yeah, Jesus. I don't have any QSL cards. I never got into QSL cards. I've never seen the point of them, to be honest. I never did EQSL either, and I don't do fucking, what do you call it? Well, to be fair, I haven't keyed up the transmitter over a year now, but the online thing, what do you call it? My head is going blank. Anyway, I don't do any of that. I think the amateur radio thing, I think computers and amateur radio don't mix. Line of the week. Is that what that stands for? Line of the week. I don't know. Is anyone else having pausing/shuttering issues? Chipmunk is having connectivity issues. And I don't know if it is from my end or his end. But looking at my I'm coming in alright on my phone here, so 18 seconds behind though. Yeah, no, we're alright. We're looking good. Yeah, that must be all right. One or two blips, nothing major. John Walsh is in the chat. Hello, John. Welcome to the chat. Logbook of the week ran by the ARRL. Send it by pigeon. Yeah, but I want the pigeon back. It's useless chill battered again. Let's see. We've just gone over the first hour mark here. Amazing. You don't see the time going when you're having fun. So anyway, the Big Clive Live experience last night was informative. I wasn't just watching for Big Clive, obviously. I was doing market research into this as well. Although I have to say, he puts himself across very well in the live. But how he deals with 1,000 people looking at him live is fucking nuts. So fair play to him. Dennis ate the pigeon. Big gamey. I never had pigeon actually. I always fancied a bit of wood pigeon. There's only the breast on them, but I'm told they taste quite nice. I worked with a fella years ago, and he used to say that you feed it, you get a pigeon, and you feed it on just oats for like a month or whatever, right? And then you just roast the whole fucker, and you eat the whole thing whole. What was this? When you were roasted, then all the guts and all will come out of it, and you spread it on toast. Wouldn't be for me. Yeah, the old price of stamps has gotten out of hand, alright. I don't know what a stamp is here now. It's ridiculous money anyway. Yeah, exactly, Roundy. That's exactly what I was thinking when I heard it. Another thing I seen him eating one day was a snipe. And he cooked the whole again as well. The head and all on this big long beak on it, sitting on the plate. Crazy shit. They're full of splinters. I suppose it depends what they're eating. Yeah, so that was the big Clive thing anyway. I see. So if I just hung on for another hour or two, it might have gotten a bit messy in the big Clive. Yeah. Look, fucking fair play to him, you know. He's generating a service there, that's for sure. So now, it tastes like chicken. Yeah. Good man, Dennis. Fuck all in them anyway, though. Only a snack. Wouldn't be a dinner. So that's the crack. Alright, let's do another poll here. I think these polls can be quite engaging at times. If you will. Let's see. Ask my community. Oh, Lord. Wireless keyboards and mouses are a wonderful invention. I am not a speed typist, as you can see. Poll is now live. The C word. What's the C word? Chicken. What C word is that then? It's alright. You can write the C word and I will say it. And then I can okay it. Jesus. Do. 15 volts. That means 9 people perhaps may not want to see this bush radio. Oh yes. Well, I'll let you in there. Yes, we all have various opinions on that, but we'll keep them to ourselves. I think is the easiest thing to do. I don't like getting too into all that kind of bollocks here either. We hear enough of it in our day-to-day lives, I'm sure. Yeah, no, we're looking good. Right, we'll dig it out so. And we can listen to them. Of course, the one thing that I do want to get going, and I'm going to be looking out for tryouts at the Goblin. However, I think the chances of me getting the tryouts at the Goblin could be slim to rare. Perhaps some of you have been and frequent Goblin could advise. I got me listen all the way of 3 here. Now that tryout, that doesn't belong there. I just stuck it in. So we need 2 PM2 HLs and a PM2A output. So I'd like to hear this going actually. That'd be an interesting radio. It'd be interesting to see how well it actually works on shortwave. Do. Okie dokie. We will get the Bush BA 91 up on the bench. There she be. Yeah, where's the rest of it? Where did I leave the battery eliminator? Could be anywhere. It's way under the bench down here. That's where it is. That's where I left G. I can't leave you alone for 5 minutes and you're talking about eating crows. I take it that a couple of you gentlemen in the chats are actually electricians by the sound of your nonsense. Switch on.
Reaktörler inşa etme planını duyuran
Just bring the
İngiltere'de
camera in a
kömürle
little bit.
çalışan termik santrallerin bu yıl kapatılması kararından vazgeçti. Termik santrallerden bazılarının açık tutulacağı açıklandı. Belçika'da Rusya-Ukrayna savaşının başlamasının ardından daha önce 2025 yılında kapatmayı planladığı bazı nükleer reaktörlerin faaliyet süresini 10 yıl uzatmıştı. Bulgaristan taraftan genel seçim için oy verme işlemi sona erdi. Yaklaşık 1 milyon Türk ve Müslümanın yaşadığı ülkede seçime 22 siyasi partiyle 6 koalisyon katıldı. Türkiye'de oy kullanacak vatandaşlar için ise 22 ilde 166 sandık kuruldu. Sandık çıkış anketlerine göre seçim yarışını eski Başbakan Boyko Borisov'un Bulgaristan'ın Avrupalı gelişimi için Yurttaşlar Partisi birinci sırada tamamladı. Şimdi spor. Sezonun ilk derbisinde kazanan olmadı. Lig'in 8. haftasında Beşiktaş Fenerbahçe'yi konuk etti. Mücadele golsüz beraberlikle sona erdi. Günün diğer karşılaşmalarında ise şu sonuçlar alındı. Arabam.com Konyaspor 1, Hangiköy'de Ümraniyespor 0, Demirgrup Sivasspor 1, Atakaş Hatayspor 2 ve Korendon Alanyaspor 1.
So we're on shortwave here, obviously 31 meter band.
Day off. Are there other factors as well?
Dossier d'actualité sur notre site internet rri.ro.
Yeah. Good well, Charlie.
Había pitado la falta y seguía agarrando Moncayo. También estaba muy enfadándose con.
She's not deaf anyway. So when all these nuclear bombs go off, I'll still be able to listen to the radio. I'll have my 2-volt accumulator and my HT battery. And life will be good. Bit of 20 meter SSB action. Even 16 meters is still going to a certain extent. But you know what the gas thing is? It's not. I've got the all this noisy crap in here, and it's not affecting it at all. Like, I've got the charger going on the phone and all right beside it. And she's not deaf. I'm sure of that. Let's go down to the nighttime shortwave bands, 41 and 49 meters. See if there's any Chinese music on 49 meters. No. Fence is there, I can hear it. Can you hear it? There, it's just a bit faint. Let's see if we can hear it better on medium wave. We're on medium wave, alright. It's heard in the phone charger on medium wave, alright. Spirit radio at the bottom of medium wave.
Budapesten 21 órakor 11 fokot mértek. A tengerszinten.
Fair enough. The very bottom of medium wave, I just heard the announcer say Budapest, right? And of course, what's it say at the very bottom of medium wave? Budapest.
El año pasado fuimos pareja con un buen equipo.
Let's see what long wave is like.
Macher O Chule and Shin. Well, we heard two tunes earlier from Kevin Rosen, who's from one of the big Irish piping families. And our next guest and our final.
More from them later, but now it's time to see if our reporter Dan Whitworth has got safely down that waterfall.
Thanks very much, Fat Tony. As I said, I read out all super chats. Got to go. Need an early night. See you guys. Good night, Tony. Thanks again. We appreciate that.
The turbine shed, Paul. I'm turning to look inside it now. It's about the size of a double garage, very neat and.
Plenty to listen to on long wave on this. She's not deaf on long wave. That's 6 stations I'm hearing on long wave. Well, let's see. 153. I think that's is it Turkey or somewhere? I think that's a bit of intermodulation with the allow time transmitter. I don't know what station that is.
projects in the area.
Radio 4. That could be Poland. And then Radio Luxembourg. And then Radio RTE. Plenty to listen to on long wave. No, they never used long wave, only for aircraft beacons.
Members. There are approximately 140 of us, and we benefit from a time of use tariff, which means that between 8 p.m. and 7 a.m. in the morning, we pay 8p per kilowatt hour for our electricity.
Now, that's a lot cheaper than normal bills. Do you think it's worth it?
Well, definitely. Today, the price of electricity has gone up to 36p a kilowatt hour. So compared to our rate, it's a no-brainer.
And are you being shielded at all in from these huge rises that come in today? They came in at midnight. Are you being shielded by the fact you're part of this Energy Local scheme? You're part of this community generation scheme?
Yes, we are. We have a contract with the National Trust that runs until June, and we are on the same rate until that time.
That's an interesting conversation they are having.
6 months.
And what happens then?
And then we'll have to renegotiate.
I certainly hope not, but it wouldn't surprise me
contract with
if
the National
198
Trust,
is on the way
and
out.
the price then will be dependent on what's happened in between times.
Okay, fantastic. Well, Lynn and Gareth, thank you very much indeed. So there you have it, Paul. 2 hydro schemes operating in different ways, but really benefiting the community. The first one in Iogwin, which obviously they sell the money to National Grid, and they're able to reinvest that money into the town of Bethesda for the benefit of the community there. And Energy Local, of which Lynn is a member, and that benefits him directly for cheaper electricity bills. So it's kind of a win-win on both. And of course, green energy, Paul.
Certainly is. Thanks very much, Dan. More from Dan later, but 8 pence rather than the local price of 36 pence. Certainly a saving worth having. Well, this is Moneybox on BBC Radio 4. The news in a moment, but after that, we're back live from Llandudno with more local views on energy bills and what you can do to sort out your finances and the cost of living crisis if it means you just can't cope.
how to do it in a cheap and friendly way. Well, that is just about it from Llandudno. My thanks to all our guests here yesterday and today. And you can hear the whole programme, the whole hour, again, exclusively on BBC Sounds in a couple of hours. Well, that was some week, wasn't it, to celebrate Money Boxes. 45 years of bringing you the money news that matters to you. On Wednesday, Moneybox Live is here again, and Felicity Hannah wants your questions about debt. Perhaps you're wondering, as we heard earlier, what can you do to afford your energy bills? Do you have to borrow money? Are there
foiling the points on the fence?
Maybe you can share
Could
a
have been
story,
alright.
actually, about how you got yourself out of debt. She wants to hear from you, so get in touch.
So that's the little bush. As you can see, it's a very good little radio for what it is. And you gotta love those Mazda octal valves. And of course, this was a radio that was well obsolete when it was made. You know, this was made in the 50s with valves that came out in the 30s. Isn't it just a lovely work of art? It's funny enough you're talking about the different sounds of cars and scooters and what have you. In the chipper next door to the house, there was a chap who had a Vespa, a 66 Vespa. And it used to have an awful effect on the television. We were watching the RTE on Band 3. And when he'd start it up at the end of the night, you'd get the old lines and pops on the screen. And it'd stay there till you got 300 or 400 yards up the street.
Okay. The corruption of childhood innocence is for me one of the great crimes. Childhood should be a time of discovery, development and fun.
I think the problem with the fencer is, it's probably discharging to weeds and shit that's lying up against it, which doesn't help. And then it's fairly close. It runs fairly close to me here too. It's probably 10 yards away from the shed. So there's no getting away from the bastard. I do wonder if I actually went into the field and drove an earth rod in to the ground and grounded the bastard when I'm on air. But then again, I can't be doing shit like that. Oh dear.
It's a complex situation.
You gotta love that quick warm up.
As more children are leaving school to support their families, increasingly.
Yeah, they are going to do that anyway. Then the snubber network with the fence. I don't think you could do anything with it, really. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. It's broadband. Right, I'm gonna really get myself another can, or I'll leave you with that nice music. Yeah, this is a keeper. Definitely. Very happy with that. And to think all that arsing around with the shortwave not working was down to the battery eliminator. Lessons were learned anyway there. Right.
Mary Bergen and Emer Flannery there. And as Mick O'Connor said in his introduction to them, Mary, as well as being a fantastic musician herself, has also played a huge role in teaching music and whistle to so many people in Spiddle and around Galway. And how lucky they were to have a teacher like Mary Bergen. So music now from two more women who played at that whistle and flute recital at Skull Sowery Willie Clancy. First, Bríd Donoghue, and then after her you'll hear Catherine McAvoy. And they're introduced here by Mick O'Connor.
The next lady I want to bring up, Bríd Donoghue, has a great dynasty of music. Her family are all steeped in it, and her uncle was a great flute player, and J.C. Talty, and whistle player, and a piper, so he was multi-instrumentalist. Bríd has done so much to promote music in Clare, and her own family are renowned musicians, and they have made numerous recordings. So Bríd is responsible so much for the revival of music in Clare in particular. So would you give a big warm welcome for Bríd Donoghue?
Thanks very much. It's great to be back. I'd like to play a slow air. It's one that Willie Clancy used to play. It's called Queena on Spalpeen. And I might go to Over the Moor to Maggie, which was another one of Willie Clancy's favourites. And I'd like to dedicate these to the memory of Willie Clancy and Doreen and Marsha Nora O'Con on the occasion of the 50th year.
How are we all doing, everyone? Are we winning? No, so what do you think of the bush? There's a Powell. As far as I'm aware, the North African station being the name won't come to me now, is off air. It's gone. Leslie. That's no longer an issue. That went off air last year, I think. Gotta love the Cayley House. Now there was me thinking Cayley House was always on a Friday night. Today is Sunday. Oh, Chipmunk. Well, I'm glad you're back with us. Algeria she was, but she's no longer. So I would recommend anyone who gave up listening to RTE radio on long wave due to Algeria to try again. I know it was wiping out RTE down once he got past Birmingham, I think. Heading south, that was the end of RTE at night. Because the feckers here that turned down the transmitting power as well. There's a stupid poll anyway, but we'll give it a go. The rolling waves, yeah, that's what it is. I don't know, Jerry, what they're down to. Can't remember what their nighttime figure is now, but I know it's shit alright. But I have a feeling that they're running it. Oh, sorry, Saturday night at 9 o'clock, not Friday night. That's correct. Jesus, I should know that. I used to listen to it regularly at one time. Right, they say it's 20 kilowatt ERP. Either way, yeah. But you know something else? I suspect it's even lower than that. I suspect that it might be, 20 is what they're saying. I'd say they turn it right fucking down. Because it does be shit. To the point where, right, so I'm 25 miles from where, as the crow flies, from where the transmitter is in Clarkstown. And even Algeria was causing me issues here at night. So, 500 kilowatt. Actually, they were licensed for 500 kilowatt. They could run 600. There were 300 kilowatt transmitters in there, parallel going up into the pipe. It used to be when it was Atlantic 252, they were licensed for 500, but they ran the 600. As far as I know, they were fucking. So you could listen to them in daytime in Brazil, for fuck's sake. They could send it up the pipe. That is quite correct. The radio telly switches, yeah, and I don't know if it's just going to go away overnight. I think they'd be nuts to get rid of it, especially with what's going on in the world at the minute. You know, we can use some obsolete piece of shit like this to listen to it. I don't know. I think it'd be a bad mistake. I think they should keep some of the old crap around. I don't know, Roundy, but I have a feeling they're running at a lot lower power than they're letting on. Because the idea is they keep turning the wick down bit by bit, and it sounds shitter and shitter. Then people are going to get driven away from it. I mean, that's the whole idea, isn't it? And didn't they used to go off air every year around this time for mass maintenance? They didn't go off this year. I'd imagine it will be roundy, and fairly quickly. I mean, if they're rolling them out as quick as they are here. Huh? Absolutely, Erling has got reamed out lately with their online shit. That's bollocks, Northern Rambler. About being on the last set of valves for years. They can be got. And I was actually reading an article about it, and those transmitting valves can actually be rebuilt. They come apart. They're not glass, they're steel. They're screwed together and then pumped out. They can open them up and put new cathodes in and shit. So, Dennis, the old language here, please, make me click me mouse. Yeah. I don't like smart meters personally. They came in here one day and stuck one in there. I'm ignoring it. Because what they're saying is, you'll get cheaper electricity if you use off peak. No. You get more expensive electricity when you use it on peak. Bastards. Dab is gone in Ireland, and I know. I was speaking to a chap in authority recently who was pushing it for it to be commercialised in Ireland, but they wouldn't allow it to be commercialised. So RTE had the monopoly on Dab. That's probably half the reason why it failed. That's fucking gone now forever. And everyone uses streaming now anyway. I think Dab and DRM and all these are just flashing the pad now. Yeah, Jerry, I don't like the way it's going with the old smart technology meters and all. As I say, I think they'll just charge you more for using on peak instead of giving you less for off peak. I don't trust the bastards. RTA wouldn't run a bath for you, that's right. Shower. Don't know if I told you, I got an email ages ago of someone saying they were from Nationwide, wanting to do a segment on, collecting televisions in Ireland, Probably get more views on my channel. Nationwide does. Could have been a wind-up too, of course. Well, that's it. Delivering a bandwidth, so it sounds shit. And it's mono. Yeah, I can imagine that, alright. No, it didn't help. Because who the fuck listens to RTE anyway? You get your daily dose of poison off Joe Duffy. They let Rowan and Collins play 3 songs between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock. Between the ship and forecast, the Angelus, the news and Irish, and Joe Duffy's plug that goes on for 5 or 10 minutes. It's a fucking joke. Yeah, satellite radio, that's right. That's right, they will. I don't like smart meters. Oh, fucking arseholes. As mad as it sounds, I'd love to live in a house with no electricity at all. Oil lamps, fireplace, infect them. Now, obviously, that's a bit of a challenge when you collect vintage radios and televisions, but I do feel like it's a lot of crap. They're using it they're going to grab you and they're going to use it as a thing. That's why they're trying to nail everyone into these electric cars. Then they have you. Effect. You're going nowhere, just turn you off. You're going nowhere. You know, Land Rover out there, you can pour cooking oil into it or you can piss into it and it'll still go. I don't know. Yeah, I probably will be alright with that, yeah. It's pure synthwave converter and a few solar panels. Something I've been thinking about. Solar panels are a bit pricey though. A good tilly lamp, that's right. Yeah, where do you get good quality gas mantles? I actually have outside. I've got 2 gas mantle floodlights. Would have been used on the likes of building sites and that back in the 50s and 60s. And I got a couple of gas mantles off AliExpress for them, but they were no good. They burned out in half an hour. Don't mind me, I'm just reading the comments here. That sounds interesting, Chipmunk. Regards to Julian and his off-grid power supply system.
Feels like a bit of a celebration being here for the 50th year, and after the few years that we've had, and it's just amazing to be back in this lovely fall. I was thinking about what tunes to play during the week, and my little girl Fiona said I should do the Four Poster Bed, because it's her favourite one, so I'm going to do that. And before it, I'll do a great tune called The Hen's March to the Middle, and both of which I learned from John Keith.
The old Bitcoin isn't looking so good anymore, though, is it? Well, they say it'll pop up again at some stage. They are, but can you get them? That's what I want to know, Crackle. Yeah, no, that sounds great. The idea of making a few quid off the old Bitcoin and what have you. Runs on petrol. Must look into that. That sounds exciting. £1 a kilowatt. Twice the cost of petrol. I don't want to get too political here because I actively try to avoid it. But I do wonder, how far does this have to go to people who say, do you know what, we've had enough of this? I'd say it is bright, wouldn't it? Petrol. Huh? I've never seen a petrol blow lamp either. I've had paraffin blow lamps here, alright. And if you pump them up too high, it stops vaporising the paraffin and it comes out as a little jet of fire. Never seen a petrol one though. Oh yeah, no, that's right. We are taught to be afraid of petrol, but no, it is very good once it's treated right, like anything. 56p. That's nuts. Sounds interesting. Must look into that. Petrol blow lamps. Say, well, paraffin blow lamps are right. I've never seen a petrol one. Interesting. I think we'll all be using paraffin oil lamps or petrol blow lamps or some fucking thing soon enough. The way the world is going. Arsehole. Burning wood on your open fire was a hazard. Unbelievable. Oh, yeah, apparently bonfires are antisocial now, that's correct. Still like having them though. The world is getting a bit crazy. That is true. Right. We'll knock him off and put him to bed. I think we're all in agreement that the Bush Radio is a performer. For sure. And probably quite rare. I mean, in the 50s, there probably wasn't too many people going out buying battery valve radios anyway. And most of them probably got smashed up in the 60s because they were battery valve radios. And there was probably the odd gobber that stuck a plug on the end of them and tried to stick them into their mains with hilarious consequences. And talking about battery valve radios, I thought, why not just stick this up on the bench when I put my hand on it? I'm definitely going to have to change that pot. I've sprayed it with everything I can think of, and it still keeps going. Damn it.
And there's and hopefully we'll be able to bring you some more of that before the end of the year.
Digital volume knob, yeah. Roundy Mooney tells me he has one of these and he's round to it, pile. Get round to it, Roundy. Aladdin lamps, that's another thing I don't have. I think I'm going to have to start getting some of this stuff for the house. Ha, snap. Come on, Roundy. Well, I hope your volume pots and better nick than mine. If I spray it, it works alright for about half an hour or an hour. And then it goes and says, the only thing I haven't tried yet is WD-40, which is always a last resort. So I'll give it a spray anyway, so we can get some sensible use out of it for a few minutes. See that and walk away grand. Strip down and retension of the wiper. Yeah, possibly. We'll probably try that. It's just the down that you say is the problem. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Roundy, because it's sort of, it won't go down. Usually when it won't go down, and then it won't go up either. So that's exactly what it is. It's the center contact on the carbon, on the wiper. Don't think it's the track. Anyway, we'll get round to it. I'm not going to do it now because it's a bit of an arse to work on, really. But this being a battery valve radio and another one that works quite well. It's just a pity that the batteries were so expensive at the time.
So we could say that
it's more susceptible down to noise, as you can see. So it's not really going to work out here with the computer on. And remember, one of the things with these is the volume never goes down all the way, because should the little switch fail and you leave it on, the battery go flat. So you hear it and you turn it off. It's a little safety device. Here's something in the box, I'll show you. Yeah, it shouldn't go down all the way. It shouldn't blast you out.
Super fast, super reliable broadband. And Sky Q with your apps and recordings. That's Sky Broadband Plus Sky Q for just €39 a month for 12 months. Now that is unbeatable. Go to sky.ie. Availability subject to location. Offer does not include Sky TV subscription. New Sky customers only. Set up fees, minimum term and further terms apply. For more info, see sky.ie/speed.
Ready for flu season? It could be really busy, so it's best to be prepared. Help protect yourself and the people around you by booking your winter flu vaccination appointment as soon as possible. Book in with our trusted, experienced team. 88 group pharmacies nationwide.
Look at this. I got this. That was sitting next to a skip years ago. In the box. ICF SW12. Lovely little radio, right? There she is. Nice condition. There, a scratch or a mark on her, right? Aerial perfect. Push to open, right? Now it's nothing fancy. It's not their top performing machine by any standards, but quite nice. Of course, the clock isn't working because the battery's gone dead many years ago. But and it also has all the paperwork in the box, right? Everything you'd want. Guarantee card, everything's there, right? Guarantee. It's crazy what you find. Even this little slip, and it's copyrighted 1997, so that gives us a ballpark of idea. This is telling you how to install the lithium battery for the clock. All in the box, sitting beside the skip at the side of the road. Just waiting. It's gas what people throw out. Let's stick a couple of batteries into it just for the crack. I'll put two of these. I'll put the last two rechargeable batteries I have here into it. And hopefully the 2.4 volts will be enough to make our play. Of course, there's many sources of interference in here, which never helps. Even the camera is a source of interference.
Feels better than blood on blood, taking turns.
Southerly winds will strengthen, increasing fresh to strong on Atlantic coasts.
I'm just hearing. Let me get your reaction. Alto e melodioso. Vivendo per lungo tempo.
Wonder what happened if I hooked up the long wire to it. See, here's that. Not a bad little radio for what it is. Right. So that's the little sound. I think it's quite nice to have a battery, a little radio like that, with all the paperwork and the box all intact. I don't think it was never used, actually. It was never used. And I'll tell you why I know it was never used. It still had the 2 Sony AA batteries in the box. Unbelievable, isn't it? Some of the shit that you find. White Sapphire has gremlins. Well, they're striking them out. I don't think you missed much now, to be fair. KB Rhapsody, yeah, seeing them for £14, complete with main sleeve. Good man, William. Let's see. We have the following participants are in the live chat: Jerry, Northern Rambler, me, Chipmunk, Crackle, White Sapphire, William Fenton. I'll have to get a few more of these. Is Roundy Mounty still in the chat? Right, I'm going to do another poll. I'm getting a bit of crack out of these polls, right? I know you just love the polls. Let's see how this goes, right? Here's a couple of questions for you in a poll. Please have a go at that. Spell amateur wrong, I think, but you let me away with it, I know. Do. I'll leave you with the musical stylings of BBC Radio 4 while I go and top this up and fill out the thing, and we'll have a discussion about that when I come back. But we need to start getting into all this, you know.
Down the line from our Carmarthen studio today near Griffith. She's the Labour MP for Llanelli in South Wales, and she's also the Shadow International Trade Minister. Hello, Nia. Hello there. Welcome to you all. You probably have to cast your mind back more than a decade to Gordon Brown and the global financial crash to recall a leader facing such a difficult backdrop to their party conference. Liz Truss finds sterling on the slide, though it has recovered somewhat, mortgage rates going up, and a major intervention in the pensions market by the Bank of England. And a lot of that was self-inflicted, according to the Prime Minister's critics, inside and outside her party. But this is a gathering of the party faithful, the very people who elected her as their leader and our Prime Minister. Isabel, we've seen the polls. How do you assess the mood? Is Liz Truss getting her show back on the road, or is it all looking a bit tricky?
Well, normally we write up these conferences as being a jamboree, but that's definitely not the mood of this. It's more of a sort of glumboree in Birmingham so far. Lots of Tory MPs are staying away, but those who are here I think there's a split between those who didn't support Liz Truss and are sort of laughing miserably, and those who still support Liz Truss, who are smiling anxiously. No one's happy, no one's content and sort of upbeat about what's happening. And part of that is obviously the way that this conference has started, with the terrible fallout from the mini budget, the admission by the Prime Minister this morning that she could have rolled the pitch a bit better, which I think is putting it mildly. But also, it's the way this conference is set up, where we've got these weird sort of evening slots, basically, where all the ministers are having their say, and then the rest of it is everyone just buzzing around like bees, getting more and more worked up, until 4 p.m. each day when something official happens. So you don't really get the party line until late in the day, by which time this kind of head of steam has built up of everyone being really worried. And I mean, the phrase that I've heard most on the fringe and in drinks this evening has been, "Are we doomed?"
Chris, that's a pretty devastating assessment from Isabel Harden. I'm old enough to remember the last time there was a Conservative Party conference when you didn't really have anything in the day on the formal platform was 2003. In Duncan Smith's last conference, he asked members of the then Shadow Cabinet to go out and help projects with the vulnerable, which all the members of the Shadow Cabinet duly did. Everyone else plotted, and within 5 weeks he was out. Now, you supported Liz Truss. Presumably you're feeling a little more optimistic than that.
I am. I mean, I'm sorry I can't remember the conference in 2003. I was busy at work with the railways at the time. I was the station manager at London Paddington back at that point. But I should say I got here this afternoon a little bit late because the trains ironically weren't working. But
Since you left.
Indeed, exactly. I found the conference to be, I bear in mind I've only been here for like 3-4 hours, actually to be quite good, quite vibrant, inquisitive, I think, and thoughtful are words I would use to describe it. I've been speaking at several conference events, fringe events this evening, and they've been packed out. Now, whether or not that's they wanted to come and listen to me speak, whether that's about the policy topic, we should see. But I think conference so far has been good. Clearly, you know, the main body of the conference is yet to come. But yeah, I wouldn't quite say it was, as Isabel just said, I'm sorry, was it Glumboree, that's it, yeah, beg your pardon. I don't find that yet. I'll speak again tomorrow, but I think this is a good conference. It's very clear that we've been through a turbulent week, and anyone that says we haven't, well, frankly, is out of touch. But the reality is we are dealing, or the government is dealing, with a very difficult international situation. You know, we've been talking about interest rates, haven't we, here? The reality is that the interest rates in the US...
Right, I'm back. What did I miss? Not much, probably. Out of doubt. Right, few things to discuss here. We'll get into them one stage at once. But first we'll discuss the findings of my poll. 25 votes. 33 people watching. 25 votes. That's enough votes, I think. Go with that. Let's have a look. General Electronics is winging it at 30. To be fair, it's a close enough poll. So, amateur radio was the loser at 15%. Okay. So I take it a couple of the people that are watching are amateur radio license holders. General Electronics tips the poll 21%. Hold on, did I end the poll? End poll. Now you can see the results as well. Right. And what I'll do is I should say, should I say HP7? Probably, but yeah. Repeat the Clive poll. Maybe in a few minutes. Let's say. My bonus here. Okay, yeah, that's when I asked who was watching. Right, so we're here. Everyone's here. Do. White Sapphire is going to feed her cats. On shot. Cats come first, they do. We've no cat here now, sadly. And our dog passed away 2 weeks ago as well, which was another Ardelius Cornelius. Just tuned in from Australia. Electronics Tech. Just woke up. Enjoy our videos on TVs, especially Electronics Tech. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in. Electronics Tech, all the way from Australia. I have a couple of viewers now from Australia, actually. Yeah, I do. That's great. So that's another viewer from Australia. I'm trying to think, who was it that always tunes in from Australia? Oh shit! You know when the mind goes blank and something fierce. But I have at least 2 other viewers from Australia that tune in from time to time. It's actually quite funny, you know, all the different countries that people are watching me in. So they're watching me in America, they're watching me in the Philippines, Australia, one chap in New Zealand that watches my videos on a regular basis. Then, of course, the UK. There's one chap in the Isle of Man that watches me. Chap in Scotland. A couple of chaps up Northern Ireland way. We even have a fella from County Cork. So they're from all over. It's amazing, though. It is. And they get great crack out of it. We are very welcome anyway, all the way from Australia. Thank you for tuning in. We do watch a lot of Aussie videos here too, yes. There's quite a few decent electronics people in Australia. Can I pick all 4? Well, if you say you picked all 4, I'll accept that. Yeah, that should have been... Well, I would say General Electronics would encompass all 4, would it not? Radio 4, yeah. Chipmunk is really excited about Radio 4. An option though. Radio Fence is coming in well, alright. They do. Like, next poll on Aussies, David Tipton or Dave Jones. Oh, Jenny, I might do that actually. I might do that. Cool. The fence is probably at the right length. The fence for 198, it'll have to be 1,500 yards, meters, should I say? Thereabouts, 1498, and I'd say it's at least that length. Yeah. Chipmunk loves test cards. Is he Chipmunk? Are you a member of the Test Card Appreciation Association? I think that's what they're called. I was speaking to a chap who was I think he said he was either the secretary or the president of the Test Card Music Appreciation Society or something like that. I can't think that's the correct name off the top of my head. At the NVCF last year, a very nice man actually. Collects vintage televisions, including several G8s. Interesting. He explained to me what it was all about because I always thought, Jesus Christ, these people just like watching Test Card everywhere. But no, it's about the music. It's not about the Test Card. And then he went into detail about the music and whatever. It was quite interesting, actually. Oh, the little screw on, yeah. What is the name of them? For the flying spot scanners. I know what you mean, alright. I think I know who bought them as well, actually. Yes. The Cork people always wanted to break away on their own. It's the real capital of Ireland, you know. Cork. 1500 or 750, yeah. Yards. Not a. Fair enough. Not a member, but he should be, of the Test Card Music Appreciation Joyful Society. The fence lends a remix vibe to everything. It does actually, yeah. Hey, you could envisage a few fellas out off their face on ecstasy, listening to the fence there, thumping away on shortwave. This is great. Jesus, or speed, or some fucking shit. Test Card Circle. Was it the Test Card Circle? Could be Test Card Circles, White Sapphire. I'll have to ask this chap the next time I see him. At the next NBCF. Organisation, I'm not sure yet. We used to get mad when the test card was replaced with pages from CFAX. Yeah, I can remember when that happened, actually. I can remember, I think it was 97 that was the last time that they put up a test card at night, because BBC News went 24 hours. I think one of the first things that BBC News 24 hours ever covered was the death of Princess Diana. Gavin Stapleton is here with us. He's commenting on my beard. Jesus, Gavin, I just haven't shaved for a week. Usually I trim it once a week, and I left a week out, and now it's getting a bit out of hand. We'll see how long it gets until I'm told to do something about it. Well, the teletext is still on the go on RTE. Yeah, I remember being a kid sneaking down and switching on the set in the middle of the night. I'm wondering what the fuck all that was about. Open University. I thought, who's staying up at night to watch this? Not realising that people have VHS players. We didn't have a VHS player in our house. We wasn't exposed for that sort of thing. Didn't make any sense to me as a 7-year-old. The independent television, some of the startups are lovely, are they? The World Service via cable. I remember that morning as well. It was a Sunday morning in August 97. I can remember coming down and switching on the television. Now, funny enough, I can't remember what station I seen it on, but it must have been the BBC, because I remember, I think it was about 9:30 on a Sunday morning that I ran down, switched on the set, and instead of being greeted by a test card or whatever, I was greeted by BBC News on, and they were talking about, I remember running up to the bedroom and telling me granny that Princess Diana was dead. Yeah, it's weird how these things stick in your head. It would have been about 10. Set up a local teletext system for TVs around his house, pulling news, etc. Yeah, I've seen that too, actually, yeah. And I believe there's some way that the teletext enthusiasts have some way of sending teletext to one another over the internet or some such. There's someone that puts up live teletext pages every day with the day's news and weather and stuff, and you can tune into it with your telly. I don't know how it works. It's hocus pocus to me, but yeah, teletext is still a thing among enthusiasts of the genre. That's right. Yeah, around 1 o'clock or so, I think it happened. Yeah. They ran all the cards except a... What's that you're talking about? Was this the night that they ran all the test cards? Yes, I remember that night, Jerry. I remember that night indeed. Some of the test cards were of very poor construction, but it was a nice touch that they actually did it. Good night, Mr. Walsh. Thanks for tuning in, pal. Yeah, I remember that. The last night of the test card, I think they called it, because they had a widescreen HD test card version of test card F1 for a few weeks before BBC HD something or other started. That was the end of that then. What was I going to discuss? Yes, right. So we have the results of the poll was 30% vintage electronics, 30% vintage television, 23% for vintage radio, and 15% for amateur radio out of 26 votes. Interesting, and thank you all for commenting in the poll, Doofer. You could once get a nice little device called an Imogen, which produces test cards and teletext devices. I remember reading about that somewhere, alright, yes. So, to discuss YouTube channels. I'm going to mention a YouTube channel without comment. I want you to look at this channel and homework for my viewers, if you wouldn't mind, right? Every week, I'm going to do a thing where every week I pick some random YouTube channel that I found or whatever, and I'd like you the following week to give me your comments or observations of that channel, be they good or bad. I'm not necessarily saying that I endorse this channel. Actually, I'm going out of my way to say I do not endorse any YouTube channel that I mention in this segment of the video live stream. But what I will do is I'll just put it out there, and then the following week we can have a small discussion about this YouTube channel on any topic, right? Not vintage electronics related. And this week's one is, give me a second, because what I want you to do is you'll have to go and look at this. And what you can do is you can go and look at this now, if you like. Right, here is the name of the YouTube channel. It's Jess and Jake. Right? JESS ampersand JAKE. That's what I want you to look up, right? I want you to look up their latest video, and I want you to tell me what you think. And then what I'm going to discuss now is, there it is, something which is becoming more prevalent in younger members of society, really, where they don't want to get a job and work and earn. See all this shit here, right? I got a job and, bought this shed and, the computer that I'm using and the chair that I'm sitting on. Now, a lot of radio stuff or whatever came out with skips or whatever, that's fair enough, but, we earn the things that we have. We even had to buy this white coat. People don't want to do that. Now what people want to do is they want to go on a thing called TikTok, and they want you to pay for it. solely. You know, it's one story, someone banging £2 or into the chat there from me or whatever, which is quite nice. But will I allow the link in the chat? I will, because I'm neither condoning nor endorsing. So I'm going to allow that, Chipmunk. Some of the videos are quite interesting. So I'll give you the synopsis actually. So you've got a young couple in their early 20s. Now, I'm speaking from an experience point of view here, because I know a bit about buses, right? Hence the Alexander Dennis badge on the mirror, right? Buses are expensive bastards and things, and they often break, and it's quite expensive when they break. So what you've got these people who want to live in this bus and drive around. They know nothing about the bus. And then the bus goes wrong, and then what they want you to do is they want you to pay to fix the bus, because they were drove around the bus with no oil in it. Interesting. But do have a look at them. Tell me what you think. Perhaps I'm being harsh. Much like the article in Practical Wireless magazine, which I showed you last week, which I'm still trying to wrap my head around. For those of you who weren't watching, right? I still, like, I sneak in here during the week and stare at this for hours on end, just trying to see what the thing is I am missing. For those of you who weren't watching last week, let's turn on a big light. This is a device that makes it easy, that you can make yourself, so you can solder two pieces of wire together. I don't understand. I'm missing something. I went into it in greater detail last week. I'm not going to repeat myself and bore everyone that watched that last week. I went on a bit of a tangent about practical wireless. Not in a bad way. You know, when an old man is looking into the hole in the ground, there's no point getting your foot on his back and pushing him in. That's how I feel about practical wireless. It's sad. Jerry isn't into them. TikTok is full of middle-aged women looking for subscribers and GoFundMes. I reckon half of them are supplementing the dole of it. I reckon so. Here's one for you. Now, I only had TikTok on my phone for a couple of months, and that was quite a few years ago, probably 4 years ago, or maybe more. Didn't understand that. What would FJ Cam say? I think he'd lose his shit and sack them all. That's what I think he'd say. Yeah, I had TikTok on my phone for a week or two and I had to get rid of it. Drove me mad. But yeah, here's one for you. Now, by the way, just so you're aware, before you answer this, Paul, it's not going to happen. Alright, this is not going to happen. But I'll ask anyway. Remember, I'll always ask, but it's not a democracy. I think that's how it's spelled. I don't know. GTF stands for some. I'm sure you figured out what GTF stands for. Yeah. Let's see how we get on with that. The practical wireless article is what we would call a page filler. Well, I was trying to tell Michael Dranfield last week that he should write an article on practical wireless. I never read anything like it in my life. You go into all this effort to make this device so you can solder two wires together. Jesus Christ. I'm going to be talking about this for months because I just feel like writing a letter in, with no stamp on the envelope. I don't know. Now I don't like kicking practical wireless. They're one of the few magazines left and blah blah blah. So, and John liked them, so I'll give them a bit of slack. He probably would have had a detailed analogy of why it's a symptom of the decay in standards. And just talking about standards and the decay in aforementioned standards, the standard in every part of society is going down the pan. And it doesn't matter whether you're talking about the standard of train drivers, road sweepers, doctors, technical people, the mechanics. The standard in everything is going down the pan. In every walk of life you can imagine, the standard is being dropped and dropped and dropped. Talking about doctors, I know someone who went to the doctor during the week and was discussing their symptoms. Normal shit, not some off the wall thing like a big swollen head or something. And this young girl, doctor, mid-20s, she's after going to Trinity College probably for 7 years, getting her PhD. She's out there now in the real world, a general practitioner with her bit of paper on the wall and all that shit. And as this person is talking to them, telling them, I have a pain ABC, she's on her computer on Google. Get the boat. But it's the way it's going. Standard of craft beer, pizzas and burgers has gotten better, but not to the benefit of our health. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, Mr. Fendon, what was the story of them Bambani books, the paper? What were they made out of? Fucking recycled newspaper or something. Very interesting though. Yeah, I was dead. Michael Wood writes something interesting, that's for sure. Add stamps, but make sure they're fake. Jesus. Yeah, when you see edited by FJ Cam, you know you're the e-beggars. Yeah, that's them. There's a couple of radio people in the TikToks. And you know, these YouTube short videos, which YouTube are pushing strongly and keep, insisting that I get into making YouTube shorts. They're just recycled TikToks. Which is, I don't know, I just don't see the point. In a lot of this stuff, uh, 9% of people think I should have a TikTok outlet. 59% of people have said I should not have a TikTok. And 32% of people have said I should get the fuck. And Paul, I think we're being fairly comprehensive on that. Thank you all for participating. He did indeed. FJ Cam's brother designed the Hurricane. I think he did. I think himself and his brother also had a practical aviation magazine where you could build your own airplane back in the early 30s. That's quite correct, Ronan. People will not watch anything. I was only having a discussion with this, a friend of mine earlier on, about YouTube and YouTube videos and making money on YouTube and all the ins and outs. Now, what he does would be very interesting on YouTube. Some of the shit that he's into. It's mechanical and what have you. And I'm not going to get into too much detail. It's not my place to be talking about what he does and doesn't do. But he'd blow up on YouTube. But we were just discussing that, people just don't have an attention span anymore. And I was just saying about, I just said to him that, if I made YouTube short videos, a 30-second video on a short, hello, welcome back to Jojo Ozdodge, and here's the battery valve radio. This was made in 1952, and it has a 7.5 volt battery and a 90 volt battery, and it works on valves, and it's cool and interesting, and catch me in the next one. Probably blow up. That would probably blow up. But I don't think it could. But there's one fella that does videos and restoring Route Masters. Route Master for Hire, he's called. It's actually quite interesting if you're into that sort of thing. He said in one of his videos recently that he's making about between 8 and 10 grand a month off YouTube, which would be decent handwriting if you could get it. I certainly, I could probably knock the day job on the head at that stage to get it. He hasn't got the knees for shorts. Let me think about that. Yes. Oh yeah. Bit slow there today. Electricity in the Service of Man, 1896. Sounds good, alright. Chris Delancey says, keep your videos the way they are. He doesn't watch shorts, prefers the longer videos. I'm going to try a short for the crack. Right? Just because one must move at the times to a certain extent, but not greatly. But I am going to try and make a short or two. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I might do exactly what I just said there. Hello, this is Jojo. Right. Please send money to odgenodge@odgenodge.com. Shit. Yeah, same. I much prefer something a bit longer to watch. Short is either too condensed or not enough. Yeah. Talking of standards, do not buy any of the Haynes online manuals for modern vehicles. They are generic shite. Haynes are bought out in 2020. Well, there's an awful lot of that shit going on too, where crowds are being bought out or whatever, and it's just the name that continues, like Bush with Argos and what have you, so on and so forth. Electricity in the Victorian era was probably framed against acceptable losses. The odd loss of a manservant while replacing someone's electric lamp was to be expected. Yeah, well, you know, a friend of mine was out in China a couple of years ago, and he was working in a chicken factory line, gutting and filleting them, you know. They come in live chickens at one end and they go out chicken nuggets at the other end. But he was installing all this gear for the Dutch crowd that specialises in making all this shit. And so they were there on the third day anyway, and they were walking away. And one of these machines, an overhead gantry, they were lifting it in or whatever, 10-ton machine. Chain snapped. Little Chinese fella underneath walking away, you know, sweeping the ground or whatever. Fucking flat, right? So the two boys looked at one another and said, well, fatal workplace accident. Let's go home, back to the hotel. You know, the place will probably be shut down for a couple of days while they do a health and safety investigation. They got a phone call half an hour after they got back to the hotel. Where are you, lads? Well, there was a fella killed there on the filleting line or whatever, installing a machine. Yeah, he's been scraped up. You need to get back in there and finish the job, you know. Disposable people. They also saying, the same chap also saying, on the same 3 weeks he was there, a fella in a bosun's chair, like what Fred Dibner would have had, with ropes, cleaning the windows on the side of a side scraper, and he was looking out the hotel window at him. Rope snapped. Your man went down on hit the deck, splat, right? Half an hour later, there was another dude in the bosun's chair, cleaning the window. Disposable cheap people. Unbelievable. You don't see it here in the West. That's the way it was here 100 years, back in the Victorian times, you know. Send the young fella up the chimney, he gets stuck, then he dies. Send another young fella. Sad to say, but shorts will probably go big if you try them. Yeah, well, I think they will, because YouTube keep telling me, have you tried shorts? Yeah, you should try shorts. Have you made a short video? Make a short video now, and so on. So I'm going to try for the crack, just to see what it does or doesn't do. With a bit of luck, it'll bring people in to watch the normal videos. That's what I'd be hoping. Like Armstrong is the first stately home with electricity had a servant going around behind him turning the lights off as he gave to her. Jen couldn't run all the lights at once. Wonderful. Yeah, but interesting. Interesting for sure. So people were disposable. It's crazy how things have changed. So the TikTok thing, what I don't like about the TikTok thing is when you're on your phone, as I do, and you're looking at YouTube, and you click into YouTube, right? And you click into YouTube, and okay, we get rid of Jess and Ben or whatever you call them. Click into YouTube, and you go scroll down, right? There's me live on YouTube, right? Scroll down, and you scroll down 2 or 3 videos, and then you get to shorts, right? And something catches your eye, whatever it may be, something catches your eye and you click on it. Right, so I've done that now, and I've got a video, some dude with a big beard, and he's saying the 4 perks of being a welder, and he's there, and he's welding something. I don't know what he's saying something. He has his wallet out, he's got a skip full of scrap metal. I think he's saying that, when I scrap stuff, I get loads of money or something. I don't know. Then we stand out in the desert. He's saying something far away, I own all this desert or something, and now he's welding a pipe. You should subscribe to me. I don't know what he's saying, right? And now it's over, right? And then you want to the next one, and it's some dude driving a truck. Inattentive trucker gets nailed by a train, and it's this old boy in a semi-truck in America, and he's going along, and he's driving along, and life looks good, and the TikTok looks a bit too long, and we're going to see what happens, and I've already guessed what it is. I suppose he's going to come to a level crossing and he's going to get smashed with a train. Makes sense, wouldn't it? And here he is at a level crossing, and he's going across the level crossing. I'm a stupid age, and he's looking, he's doing something, and bang, he's after getting a smack of a train, and he's upended in the cab. And he's after getting knocked out. Right. I knew that was going to happen when I seen trucker gets nailed by train, but I sat there and watched it for 30 seconds till it happened. Some dude showed me to some girl in a snazzy dress. Here's a dude putting a lithium-ion battery into a chili pepper. Or it's a, I don't know, right, and so on and so on. There's this dude keeps coming up, and he sits there, right? That's exactly what I'm saying. This dude keeps coming up going, look at this dude. And so this dude it's like, he is like Gogglebox on TikTok. He watches other TikToks and then says how shit they are on TikTok. Hey, you know, to be a real fucking out there thing to do. I could watch him and go, you're shit, or something. I don't know. But the thing is, you don't realise it. You're sitting at bed at night and you're looking at this, and the next thing you realise, I'm after spending half an hour looking at this shit. What am I doing? I would like if there was that guy is annoying as hell. Chipmunk has seen this fella. And you know what? I had to okay that message, Chipmunk, because you said the word hell, and YouTube doesn't like that. Yeah, treat shorts as like a trailer or a promo, and you pull in new subs. Give that a go. I don't know. We'll try it. I have to figure out how to do it. I think you have to put hashtag short at the start of the video description or something. I think it has to be less than a minute long. Dad worked for British Rail as an electrician. My outfit worked for British Rail as a train driver. He started as a railway porter, train driver. Then they got rid of steam engines and he had to go back as something else, and then Deltec train driver or something. Yeah, he is. Yeah, because I've actually, he keeps coming up, so I'll watch him. And yeah, some of the stuff is actually alright, but sure, look, that's, look at this guy with a drill. That's not how you use a drill. You take and whatever. I don't know. Yeah, no, that's what it's all about. Keeping inside it. But the thing is, why do YouTube allow people just to put TikToks on YouTube? It doesn't bring it into YouTube. And here's the other thing. How do you now? I was watching a thing on YouTube a while ago. I'm subscribed to this. It's a channel that's run by YouTube. It's YouTube Tips or some shit it's called, and it's for YouTubers. And they give them once a week to do, updates and news and shit. and they were saying, like, you know, you're going to be able to make money on short videos, but there's no ads around on short videos, so I don't know how you make money or whatever, but it's a lot of crap anyway. Oh, he went off one. He went off one. Using your granny's pubes in the thread. No, that's hemp. Yes, and I've seen hemp used. And when you can't get PTFE tape, which some countries can't, that's what I think it's better anyway. Especially if they put grease in it and stuff. It works quite well. It is a good sealer for water. Yes, no, I've seen hemp being used. Or he's probably a mechanic or a trailer fitter or something. He doesn't know anything about plumbing. He's probably never seen that before, you know. I'm going to top this up, lads, and then I'll be back out to you. We're running into our third hour here, so I'll probably wrap this up in the next half hour or so. But thank you all for sticking with me tonight. This has probably been the best. This has probably been the best. You know, as little as that. Well, that's, yeah, I didn't want to say that because I'm far too nice here. This has probably been the best live stream yet, I think. I mean, we have 35 people in the chat. We've had an average of over 30 in the chat for the last hour, which is really good. So I'm delighted to see people are watching and are getting a bit of crack out of this. So thank you all very much. Dave O'Toole, how are you, Dave? So thanks to everyone for tuning in, by the way. That's super. I'm glad you're all getting a bit of crack out of this. I hope you're enjoying a couple of videos I got in during the week as well. The one on the couple of videos on the Murphy television, which is a super TV, and of course the one on the Bush radio as well. I hope you're enjoying those as well. Anyway, we'll be back in a couple of minutes and we'll talk more nonsense then. So, while your pots are ready, you're ready.
Yeah, they've been campaigning on this bit.
Briefly, you're a communications professional. Very briefly, 10 seconds, read into those front pages. Yeah, I think they are unsurprising in terms of where is the rebellion going to come from, and head of scheme building for absolutely awkward squad of MPs who voted Theresa May in this trust dislodged. Great, thank you. That's all we have time for this evening. Thanks to all my guests, Isabel Hartman, Chris Loder, Mo Hussein, and Dame Nia Griffiths. Westminster Hour will be back at the same time next week. Until then, from all of us here in Birmingham, a very good night.
And the editor of the Westminster Hour was Libby Jukes, studio manager was Wayne Lenses. Coming up after the news, Clive Anderson meets the best-selling novelist and screenwriter Anthony Horowitz.
November 1994. The haunting, real-life story of a murdered 6-year-old boy.
The death of this young child has shocked even the most experienced of police officers.
The grieving mother. I just want to know who done it. Why did they do it? And the accusations against her.
It's natural to think that the woman that consistently hurt her son and neglected him killed him.
I'm Winifred Robinson, and this is a story that has stayed with me for more than half my working life. A complex murder case with a 27-year wait for justice. A Boy in the Woods, on Radio 4 and BBC Sound, this Monday to Friday at 1:45.
BBC News at 11 o'clock. The second Conservative former Cabinet Minister has publicly questioned Liz Truss's plans to cut taxes for the highest earners. Michael Gove hinted that he would vote against scrapping the 45p tax rate this morning. But tonight, Grant Shapps went further. Our political editor Chris Mason has more on the first day of the party's annual conference in Birmingham.
Grant Shapps tells us that 45p tax rate being got rid of for the highest earners will not command a majority of support in the House of Commons, and so is doomed to fail. Now, it's worth saying that those who are speaking out publicly against Liz Truss at the moment are those who did not back her for the leadership in the first place. But they are illustrative as a deeper well of private anguish here.
The Prime Minister has acknowledged that the mini-budget could have been better handled, but says there'll be no U-turn on the scale of the tax cuts. There are reports of gunfire in the Iranian capital Tehran at the entrance to the country's most prestigious science and engineering university. Videos on social media show students at the Sharif University running from members of the security forces who are riding motorbikes. Anti-government unrest in Iran was sparked by the death of a young woman in the custody of the morality police. Counting is taking place in Brazil's elections, with the far-right president Jair Bolsonaro facing a strong challenge from his left-wing rival Luiz Inácio Luiz da Silva. Lula described it as the most important vote in the country's history. Mr. Bolsonaro has repeatedly cast doubt on the integrity of the election. England's men's cricketers have beaten Pakistan in their 7th T20 match to win the series 4-3. England breezed to a 67-run victory in Lahore. The records have been broken at the London Marathon today, with the event taking place in the autumn for the final time. The race celebrated its youngest ever women's winner, 23-year-old Yorenza Fofana of Ethiopia. BBC News.
Most Wanted podcast on BBC Sound. Where is the missing crypto queen's billionaire scammer?
It starts to get very scary, very, very fast.
How did gangsters drug baron finally get caught?
He's just taken completely unawares.
Why were Burn Wild's environmentalists labelled eco-terrorists? For a long time, they were getting away with it, but that wouldn't last. Uncover a new case while the dog drags you out for a walk. Listen to True Crime Podcast on BBC Sound.
Our relationship with food is discussed in Something Understood in Half an Hour. First, though, we're joined by Van Lucy.
Yes, thank you, and welcome to Loose Ends. In a very big week for news as NASA, working towards a Star Wars-type defense system to protect planet Earth, sent a spacecraft 7 million miles across the universe to deliberately crash into an asteroid to see if it's possible to divert asteroids, meteors, and such like from their path through space. NASA is pleased with the results, but experts say the crash was still nothing like as spectacular as the crash suffered by the pound on the international markets in the last few days as well. News is awaited for which planet our government is currently living on, or is it a black hole? Sensing an opportunity for Labour in all this, Keir Starmer is appealing to voters with 3 bold claims, which he thinks may get him elected. He is not Boris Johnson. He is not Jeremy Corbyn, and he's not Liz Truss either. Away from politics and the cost of living, borrowing, travelling, renting, or paying for your mortgage, here on Loose Ends, you can escape into the world of fiction, drama, words and music, and the joys of home cooking come to that. As today we're joined by Anthony Horowitz. His writing career encompasses dozens of novels for children, young adults, and old adults. He writes short stories, long novels, tales of horror, crime, mystery, thrillers, and he's written and created several TV series. His latest novel is called The Twist of a Knife, unless he's written another one while he's waiting to finish this introduction. The journalist Melissa Thompson has written not a novel, but Motherland, a cookbook, which tells us how to make Jamaican cuisine in our own kitchen. And the book also recounts the Caribbean islands' often unhappy history, which lies behind its population and their way with food. Music comes from the northwest of England, from Go-Go Penguin, and Arthur Smith is here today. Who have you got for us?
Well, an hour and a half of show tunes, skating, nudity and clowning. Yes, it's why I'd enjoy these breakfasts. No, this is award-winning SHIT theatre whose latest show is called Fujita 2 and tells the fascinating story of the first ever female president of the Republic. No, not Eva Peron. I'll be talking to Rebecca Biscuit and Louise Mothersole about their latest triumph.
That sounds intriguing, but we're going to start with the prolific best-selling author and screenwriter Anthony Horowitz, CBE. Congratulations, that's a recent upgrade. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. All right, famous for his Alex Rider series of books, his Diamond Brothers series of books, his Spoils War series of TV programs, his Midsummer series of murders, and overall the many novels he's written, including the ones to extend the literary life of James Bond and Sherlock Holmes. His latest novel, The Twist of a Knife, is the latest in another series of books featuring a former police detective, Daniel Hawthorne, and it also features you, Anthony, as a murder suspect in your own work of fiction. So, now why did you decide to do that? Why did you decide to put yourself into his
Well, it all began when my publisher asked me to write a series of detective stories, detective novels, and I was trying to find a way to do it differently. And the trouble is that every single detective you can imagine has been done, from, whether it's an English or a foreign detective, tall, short, drunk, in a wheelchair, or whatever. You've got ghost detectives we had on television, famously vampire detectives, alien. So then I began to think about the side. Could I play with the threads and do something different? And I suddenly had this idea that if the author came off the mountain and stopped being the cleverest person who knows who the murderer is before the murder is committed, and became the sidekick, then the whole idea of the guy can be turned on its head. So that's why I put myself in as a sidekick in the first 3 books, and in the fourth one I'm not just a sidekick, the murder of his deputy, Harriet Wilson.
What? I'm back, lads. Sorry for taking so long, but I am back. I think it was away a little bit longer than I expected to be. Just give me a second here to catch up on the chatteroony. George Donaldson's in the chat. How are you, George? I do hope you are keeping well. I see everyone enjoys the electric fence on the radio. Mrs. Odgenodge is watching live inside. I'd appreciate it if everyone said hello to Mrs. Odgenodge in the chat. She's feeling a bit tired, so she's not responding in the chat or whatever. But just give her a shout out anyway if you can, lads. She's obviously a great support to me and the YouTube. What was I going to say to you? I was going to say to you earlier on, I was discussing YouTube channels and people and things. However, I came across another YouTube channel lately which I want to discuss with you, which I would recommend. See, it's not all good or bad. I never said I endorse nor dismiss these people. They're just people who anyway, here's what I want to actually, you know what? This fella's so good. I'm going to try and see if I can. What is. Oh, shit. Maybe I'm not as better as I thought I was. I need more stout. It's actually whiskey I should be drinking. Allow me to see if I can put this fella's doofer in the chat, because I think everyone here would actually enjoy. Now this fella gets great crack out of himself, but it's very interesting. So I'll see if I can do this. I think if we put at for let's see if that will take you to his channel. The Beeb had the Potter's Way and John was that fence. That's right. Four candles are fucked. Yeah, don't get on that. Thank you all for giving Mrs. Angelodge a bit of a shout out. I appreciate that. Good man, Enna Dalton has found. I just linked them in a reply. That's all. All right. Well, I don't know how you do it, but you'll find it from that. He's very interesting. He does all sorts of shit with like making Sterling engines and all that kind of stuff. I've only started looking at him, so I haven't looked through all his content yet. But he's got quite a lot of subscribers and he's very engaging. Well worth looking at. So Jerry's saying him as well. Yeah, no, he seems like he comes across as a very decent sort of outfit too. So that's good. I wonder would this look better. Oh, that's too far away. I'm quite fond of my little red light. Oh. Of course, you know, I was born in Amsterdam, so it's only right to have a little red light close to me. Yeah, the beard's fill it out alright. I haven't trimmed it in several days now. We're doing okay. Dennis was watching him before. Yeah, he seems to have just blowing up out of nowhere. He was doing the stuff on the oil burners. Yeah, he's doing the stuff on the wick, the carbon wick, and the cooking oil. You posted a link to his channel, but it'll be in your queue. It's not though. Do you know what? That's not going to work. Because that's probably got stuck. It probably won't come up on that either if you send a link. I don't think. Yeah. I think the link will get held until after the live. It hasn't come up anyway for review. Shit. Anyway, look. Robert Murray Smith, for him, Robert, he's probably going to be the first channel to say he has 250,000 subs already, so he's not an obscure channel by any stretch of the imagination. He cracks himself up because every time he's talking, he's going, well, now here's a start and edge. Oh, you put a candle underneath. Then you light the candle and it goes pop, pop, pop, pop. He's a gas fucking man, but oh, there it is, Dennis. Okay, right, let's show. There is the link to his channel. Right, check him out. Yeah, I don't know. Where did the link you put down? Didn't come through. Must have got caught in some spammy filter thing or something. I don't know. So what has George Donaldson been up to this week? George, you lunatic. George Donaldson has totally disassembled a motorbike. All its usable working parts. Oh, just turned on the decom dinger for it there. And he's in the process of sticking it all back together. YouTube does not like links. That is true. At ping someone, Nut Mods can post. Nut Mods can post full YouTube links. But mods can post full. Yeah, I see. I see. I don't have any moderators though, do I? The only moderator I have is Mrs. Odgenodge in the live chats. I made her a moderator thing ages ago, just in case any arseholes came along. One or two arseholes have come along, but they've been disassembled pretty quickly because I put up with that shit. You know, I wouldn't go into your house and take your trousers down, no shit in front of your living room on your carpet. So I don't expect anyone to do that here either. Let's see. Jerry, apparently they're messing with the workarounds too. Oh, I don't know what. Yeah, but John Joe doesn't want to be appointing mods. Not at this stage. Now, as I say, Mrs. Odgenon is a moderator in the live chats. There's not enough people watching at the minute to for the need for any more. Going to be made for not acknowledging her. Huh? They probably hate me mentioning New Pipe because they lose ad revenue. I have no idea what New Pipe is. I don't know. This is all madness. I just kicked in the grill on the top of me the humdinger for. Although it is a very handy footrest all the same. Tell the truth, you just don't trust any of us. No, I don't trust any of us as far as I'm fucking throw you. Mounty would probably be the number one suspect for being made a moderator. He is actually my biggest fan. Statistically speaking. Believe it or not, Roundy, you are my biggest fan. You may not have been aware of that. I think Audio Al was right. The lighting on the left-hand side is a bit, I need to get a forward-facing light again in here. I used to have one. What's all I've done on here is the old T12 4-foot tube over the bench. T12, you like to keep it old school. Really, Roundy, you're my biggest donator at present. You've received the most amount of hearts from me. And I don't know, there's some other statistic there, but no, you're the main man, Roundy. Believe it or not, we're gonna have to send you a badge or a button or a sticker for your car or something. I can see you've been here for a while, all right, Roundy. It all started. I think we're heading for our. If Mrs. Aljoz is in the chat, she's going to correct me here. I'm going to say it all started in 2018. January 2018, I think this started. Yeah, Roundy. Well, you could be in the firing line for a promotion there. Should the channel take off dramatically. Now, as I said before, and just for a few that have popped into the chat later on the evening, last week we did a poll here where I discussed live streams and splitting the channel and all this kind of shit. I've decided I'm not going to split the channel for now. If I get to the stage where there's about 1,000 people every Sunday watching the live stream, which, let's be honest, that's never going to happen. I might split the channel then. But for now, I'll leave it alone. Anyway, Robert Murray Smith, very interesting. Let me see here if there's anyone else that's of interest in my subscriptions this week. I'm not subscribed to very many people on YouTube, and sometimes I find that I'm subscribed to people I've no interest in because I've accidentally hit the subscribe button. I don't know. I used to mod on Rail Cowgirls channel, and it was hectic. I don't know what Rail Cowgirls channel sounds interesting. Jerry, yep, it's good with Clive. There are enough we can take. Yeah, I think Chipmunk, you were the moderator on Clive's live, if I'm not mistaken. Do you know what I came across last week, Chipmunk? I came across some 8-foot long T12 lamps. Now, they got to be getting 10 on the ground. I don't know how you go about posting them to anyone, because the chap who had, myself and another chap found them in the storeroom, and he said, Jesus, we could sell these to people. I says, how the fuck are you going to post an 8-foot tube to someone without getting broken at the You know? But yeah, they have to be 10 on the ground. When he thinks I'm right, with regard to splitting the channel, I think he is referring to. This is the thing with the live chat. It's hard to keep up with it. I wouldn't like to be in the position that Big Clive is in with regard to, there's 1,000 people watching. And, that's one of the reasons why after an hour I kind of went, I can't do any more of this, and clicked out, went into the gaff, because I was getting a headache with the speed that it was, because I was actually sitting in the shed here watching it. And I was getting a headache with the speed that the chat was going up on the left-hand side of the screen. I can't do any more of this. It's nuts. 125 watt Chipmunk. I don't know what the difference is. What is the difference between 125 watt Chipmunk? That's one thing I've never understood with fluorescent lamps. Is the wattage rating. You might be in a position to explain that to me. Like this one, it's a T12. And the ends are getting a bit black on her, but she's a 40 watt. Cool boy. Blank Industry. I don't even remember where I got that from. Nice light off them though. I like the old T12s. I didn't even know you had a live stream yesterday, George. What were you doing? She remembers relamping those in the 80s. Yeah, I know. T12 is old school now. What you call them? Photonic Induction did a video on all sorts of different fluorescent lamps, which was very interesting actually. I didn't realise how many different types there was. I didn't see our big live yesterday, George, or what it was, so well, fair play to you. Well, in my experience, if you have even 500 viewers, you'd be looking at multiple mods. Yeah, and like that round, I'd keep it with the subscribers only. Must be a subscriber for at least 5 minutes. And I think, well, that's going to hit the bot straight away. And I think the arseholes aren't going to. They're not even going to watch for 5 minutes, The TikTok generation, they want to come on and throw you. They're not going to stick 5 minutes. So, it cuts out a lot of bullshit. But I think you're right. I probably would want. I think someone said earlier on the chat, you need one mod to 50 watchers or whatever. So that sounds. The wattage was based on the ballast. Later in the lifespan of fluoro fittings, tubes were made that couldn't quite handle the 125 watt. Okay. This is obviously the old, the choke ballast or whatever you call them. I see. That's interesting. No, these ones were 125 because it was clearly marked in the box, so remember that. T12, 8 foot, 125 watt. Interesting. George Donaldson on his live stream was, and I have to okay this, George, talking shite into the camera. Shite into the camera. Well, that's what I've been doing here, but it works out quite well. I think these Sunday night lives, we tried the Saturday night lives, didn't really work out because, as we discovered, people are watching other shit on a Saturday night. We tried Static Saturday, which was a total fucking flop, as Roundy Mooney will agree. I had hoped that might take off, but it didn't. But, we tried it. Yeah, as Jerry says, anyone who wants to be here, it cuts a lot of the crap out. And obviously you boys have an interest in vintage radios and televisions and the nonsense that goes on here. But I do like this to be a bit of a social thing as well. And dare I say, a small community of odders. If anyone, and talking about films, Chipmunk has an interesting crack. Well, I'm glad you spelled it that way, Mr. Chipmunk. If anyone ever remembers the Big Lebowski, where the Big Lebowski, your man called the Little Lebowski Achievers, Well, you could be, little odds nodders. I must say, the Big Lebowski is one of my favourite films. Jesus, Jerry, if you have to tune into this to hear a dub accent, you're in a bad way. Odds no files. select community is alright. Only been here for 3 weeks, but I already feel I know you, mate. Good man, Chipmunk. Good man. I'm glad you don't have any interest in crack cocaine. It's good that you don't take crack cocaine, Chipmunk. We are Odgers or Nodgers. Nodgers sounds good, right? Like audio files. Yeah. Yeah. Or audio fills, as they're often called. There's a long running thread on the UK Vintage Radio forum about audio fills, you know. It's quite interesting. Jesus, this live chat is going on some length. Although I must say I'm quite enjoying this one. This is probably my favourite live chat today. As usual, live chats are a bit slow to take off, and then they get going. But I'm surprised that there's 33 people watching at 11:30 at night. But it's going well. It's going well. Nodger sounds like something Kenneth Williams would sing. Rambling Sid, yeah, or Todgers. You see, Noel Conway is gonna go down that road, and I can't have that. No. Let's just take it down a notch here for a second, because we could lose the run of ourselves here, and it could end in tears. Yeah, no. There's no. We're not gonna start. Nodgers, though, I do like the sound of little Odgers. Alright, I feel a poll coming on here in my shed, live from Ireland. Here's a poll. By the way, I had 40 likes, but now I've only 39 likes, so I think I upset someone. That's okay. I can't please everyone all of the time. Alright. I must say my typing is getting much better. I'm gonna spell it with 2 J's because it does. I don't know. It might make more sense. Doesn't look right with 1 J. I'll stick a question mark at the end of that. And let's let this poll roll, baby. All right. Oh no, I don't want to add an option. No, I don't. No. Actually, you know what? YouTube would do your head in sometimes. Anyway, right, let's go. In the live chat right now, poll. It'll run for a minute or two. Please do give me a thumbs up if you're just in the chat. It helps me feel good about myself. Well, that's basically what it is. But it does now that the metric helps. Spread Odge Dodge in the YouTube community. 100% of people have said yes. Oh, some people aren't happy about it. They're kicking back. They're kicking back. Oh, they're kicking back. Oh, this is an unpopular. This is going to be dramatic. Oh yeah. Oh, there's problems. People aren't happy. Oh, come on, who wants to be a little Nodger? Come on. You want to be little Nodgers, come on. This is. We want to be big Nodgers. You can't be bigger than me. It's also a good feeling, John. You know the effort is making someone's life. Well, Chipmunk. Yeah, we're not going to get all emotional here, but You know, I'm sure there are one or two people who watch the channel or are in the live chat who life mightn't be so good for them. And if I can brighten their life for a few hours a week, I mean, that's fucking wonderful. It really is. So, yeah. Let's see. How many people have voted? This is, you see, this could be controversial. This could be controversial. Come on, vote, vote, vote, vote now. Vote now. 18 votes. 33 people watching. Come on. 18 votes. Come on, I want to see. I don't care what you can push anything you want now. Just, you don't even have to vote the way you're feeling, right? You can say no, even though you might mean yes. I don't care. But just roll with it, baby. Little Lodgers. Because I could get stickers made up with little. Oh, yeah, I'm a little lodger. You know, a little retro TV symbol or something. And you could stick that to the back of your motorbike helmet. And then as the truck drivers run, you already know. So, this arsehole looks at all shot. Nobody else is voting. People just aren't. They're not buying this little lodger thing at all. Right. By the way, I want to say something else too. I'm going to end the poll, right? Because it's in my way. 77% of people want to be known as a little lodger. 22% of people have no fucking interest in being a little lodger, which is fair enough. Now, let me go back up the chat here because shit has happened and I've missed it. Roundy Mooney wants to be a big lodger. Roundy will. There's a suction device we can get you and you'll be a big lodger and life will be good for you. Just got you. Thank you, Dennis. Something going on there between Dennis and Chipmunk. That's fair enough. Can you say that again? Thumbs up. I'm not going to get into it. Like Jerry said earlier, Clive kept a lot of us sane during lockdowns. Stuff you content creators do makes a difference. Well, I appreciate that Chipmunk. I do. And I'm glad. You know, look, we're out here. It's a Sunday evening. What the fuck? I've been called lots of things in my time, and compared to some of them, Little Lodger isn't so bad. No comment. Feels confident about being called a Little Lodger. I'd stick to I'd stick to the back of the wife of my wife van. Fair enough, Chipmunk. Or could we have been Nodgers? I went for Little Odger, because Odger sounds a little bit less like Todger than Nodger does. Where are we going? Where are we going? This is supposed to be about broken radios, and here we are talking about Nodgers. 25 to 12 on a Sunday night. I love it. I'm having a lie in the morning, so I'm happy enough to keep our lift for another little while if you was there. Badgers. I don't know. I'm going to stop. We could go on, but we really shouldn't. Deadly. There's nothing tiny here. Chipmunk. Nothing small going on here, you know. I'm loving this. This is going very well. William, I can't even pronounce that, William. I don't know what that's supposed to be. What is that? You send me a voice note that how you pronounce that, and then we'll talk business, okay? Where did we end up here? Question, right? We'll do another poll. Polls seem to be. Well, I have to say, tonight has been probably the most informative night I've had on YouTube yet. right? So we know that people don't want me to make TikToks, but they'll probably accept them as me using them as a tool to get people to subscribe to the channel, which is good. We know that people are probably 2/3 of people are okay at being called a little nodger, which is good, little nodger. We know that people don't like spongers on TikTok. Those buses break down, which is fair enough. Forgive me, you know, I'm still have this bloody head cold a bit. And what have you. So, amateur radio. We know that a few people here are amateur radioists. And it probably makes up maybe 1/5 of the total people watching, and there's 31 people watching. So let's say 5 of you or 6 of you might be amateur radio licensed people. Here's something now. Now this will be down the road anyway. Yeah, you certainly get okay with the typing. Only could work the rest of the computer. Oh. No. Let's try that. 30 people are watching. Some people have tuned out. They're getting tired, which is fair enough. I think the in-laws were watching at home, and I'd say they're going to bed now. So that would account for two losses. George Christophe is in the chat. Don't kick me in the nodgers. These cats are very hungry. Yeah, I seen that too, Dennis, a while ago. But Urban Dictionary, like, you know, some arsehole comes on and says it means a knob or something. Yeah, I seen that ages ago. There was also a fella a while ago who was running a website design company from his house in, I think it was Cirencester or somewhere, who called himself Odgenodge. And he was paying for the Google ad. And it was, you know, Odgenodge website design. But obviously, Odgenodge was getting so many hits for vintage TV or something, he just gave up. So he was paying for an ad. So when you Googled Odgenodge, the first hit you got was this arsehole in Cirencester making websites. He's obviously working out his bedroom or whatever, because we went on to Google, there was no reviews or whatever. He was, you know, some dude. But he got nowhere, and he obviously gave up because it doesn't come up anymore. But interesting. I am an amateur license holder, yes. Operator, to an extent. As in you're just not worth dealing with. I need to identify themselves as a person who does gaming obsessively. NPC, is that what that is? I don't know. I've seen that before already. probably not people that are worth dealing with. George Christophe is an amateur radio man of 40 years standing. I am an amateur radio man. I don't really give out my call sign on air on the YouTube. Although I obviously will have to if I do a live stream. However, it shouldn't really matter because I'm not on QRZ or any of them things anyway, so you're not going to, and my call sign isn't published. So you're not going to find out where I live through my call sign. Not that I think. To be fair, if someone turned up to my house out of the blue, they're probably going to have a bad day out. I can be quite unfriendly at times. Nobody is a stalker here anyway. Chipmunk, you will be surprised, actually, at some of the interactions I've had on through YouTube over the last 4 years. You will be very surprised, right? One has to be very, very careful. I'm surprised at the fact that 94 people have said yes. Out of 16 votes. Right, so half the people, just under half the people have voted. Let's leave the poll up for now. You won't hear me though. George is going to stick up a 15-foot of wire out we say out the back of his transceiver though. Oh, that's fair enough, William. William, the chances of me and you having a QSL are slim to none anyway because I've only got an 80-meter doubler here. I don't think you and me are going to be talking soon. I have tried to call the States once or twice. I was never too big on HF, to be honest. I was always a 2-meter man. But I do have HF facilities here. I've got a JRC JST 100, which I want to get on air. Current setup is it's an ICOM IC735. That was the last machine I was using. And I have a couple of vintage Yazo machines that I want to get on there as well. George, would you come back on air just to chat to me? Another person who hasn't been on air in years, and I haven't seen him on YouTube in a while either, is Chris All the Gear. No idea. I hope he's keeping well, actually. I was thinking about sending him an email just to see what the crack is. Although I know he does be very busy with his work. But he's an amateur radio holder as well, but he hasn't been on air in years. It could be quite interesting, George, if you, me, and a few others started up a bit of a net on, say, 80 metres. That could be quite interesting. George, that's for the ill-spirited. Besides, as you know, it's top band that you go on to talk about your prostate, not 80. 80's for the young kids. It's top band from your large country estate with your, your dipole for top band, which you need your large country estate for. And your 150-foot tower. I know me 80-meter double will do 40 finally, but I've never had any good getting into the States. I've tried a couple of times. It's never. The problem with me getting into the States is it's the Spanish lads with the 3 or 4 kilowatt. The blast over you. But we'll get going again here and we will make contacts. So the sun is starting to wake up again, so life should be good once more. Dennis can only do DMR. That's interesting though, Dennis. I don't see why there's an unhappy face with that. DMR sounds interesting. Some people assume Chris is just busy at work. That's what I suspected. I'm glad to hear he's okay. That's good. Yeah, I know he's a full-time job. If you're a YouTuber, you're public property. Yeah, well, I can get stranger than that though too. You'll be surprised. Luckily, we're well able to handle ourselves. Right, be back in a second. That means you get to listen to the musical stylings of... Oh no. Oh no, has she finally gone flat? I think it has. She's finally gone flat. I'm going to have to charge it up. Well, that won't do. You don't like that. You just have to have a radio, lads. Radio for the boys. Here's what I was going to do a video on, but I'll let you listen to Radio 4 on it when I'm gone. A nice scabby example of an ICF 7600. Nice Sony machine. Will she work? Will she work?
You're dead, right?
Oh, I was terrified of the mother kind of telling me there's something wrong. What's going on, answering the phone.
Cat, isn't it?
So I jumped into the car and rushed over to the school. And there were two teachers waiting on at the school. That was about 20 to 10 at this stage. And they were just in 20 of them. I was very, very upset with what had happened or what was going on, where the child was. And they said, could you sit down there a minute? And I found something. I said, no, I'm not going to sit down and what's happened, what the person said. And they brought me down into the room there. And they said, at this stage, we don't know where he had got to or how he had got there.
So he was back in school at that stage, was he?
He was back in school for about 20 to 10. The bus had picked him up at my house. I put him onto the bus at 5 to 8:55.
So where had he been in the interim?
He had been until the teachers didn't know at that stage.
Thank goodness.
They didn't know where he was.
And this is a little boy, 9 years of age, with Down syndrome.
Yes.
And yet with him safely on a bus. And then...
Okay, so that's already a bus.
And then there was a period in between where in all intents and purposes at that stage he was missing. You didn't know where he was. And it's not where he was. So what happened?
The school had to go and look at the cameras. And the cameras just closed all around the school. And they didn't know where he was. At that stage, the principal and he was just like, had us on a bus. And I was like,
what do you mean?
He was taken out of the bus.
So your child was then sitting alone on a bus while the bus drivers in little shopping, and your child with Down syndrome is alone.
Exactly.
And your child then got himself out of the bus.
Out of the bus. It was on Seatbelt Road. The bus wasn't low and ran about a busy car park. Then made its way over into the store where the plane really got him.
Into what store?
Into the little store. The little shop store.
So your 9-year-old then in little alone?
Yes. And he was trying to buy a kind of pet food from what I hear. I was beyond furious. And so upset. I hadn't slept with nightmares of what could have happened to him. Yeah, people turn around and say to me, oh, put that thought out of your head. It didn't happen. That's all right then saying that. It's not very childish.
There was a lane, 4 lanes on the motorway a few yards away. And over the other side of the road, the Smith toy store. And if he had a spot at that, they would have made it right down there. The night time for the evening didn't help.
Does the fact, Maria, that your child has Down syndrome, does that condition affect his sense of danger in any way?
Oh yes, he didn't sense of danger whatsoever. So he hasn't. He just run out in front of the car. So he was, he stays at there is mental health conditions based on him and his sense of danger. So he hasn't, this has happened 3 times in Northern Ireland with other children with special needs. So
and help me understand what happens on the buses. There's a driver. Is there a carer on the bus for the school children?
Yes, there's a carer on the bus also.
So does the carer usually take your child into school?
Yes, the driver's meant to take the child into school by the hand. And sometimes he makes that assessment. He handed over the care.
That's enough of that. Well, lads, you're hanging in there well, lads. I'll give you that. You're hanging in there well. So that's a nice F7600. Nice our shortwave receiver in our day. Hey. Let's see where we are with the chat. 30 people still watching at 5 to the 12 at night. Obviously, no one has any work to get up to no one. Sorry here, right? I'll have to, because I'm after missing a load of comments here. Well, I've subbed to JJ for years and I still don't know his name or where he lives. Don't have any inclination to find out. As you say, he doesn't fucking want to know me. We were hoping to meet at the Goblin, but not to be this time. Well, Roundy, by the way, feel free to bang me an email, Mr. Roundy, if you're in the area. And we'll have a little discussion privately, because I'm quite interested in you actually, because you've been around for so long. Let's see where I'm after missing loads of stuff here, so do bear with me for a second. I'll just try and get a half a grip on it. That's the worst of it, being away from it for a couple of minutes. You miss out, and I don't like missing out. By the way, though, and I will say this, Mrs. Aldridge is still watching inside in the house, and she's been asking after, in particular, about George Christophe, because she met George at the MVCF and Roundy Mooney. So I said I'd say that to her. She's a little bit tired. She doesn't feel like typing, which is fair enough, but she is watching. She met George at the MVCF, the last one we went to, and she remembers him well. So she sends our best to you, George. You're 8 meters old. Yeah, right. I got to that. Sorry, I'm just right there at the same time. Yeah, the old doxing thing. Yeah, well, I've had a little bit of that from one person. Only in all the years, I've only had one person that's caused me grief on YouTube. The fact is, they could be watching now. I don't know. But I'm not overly concerned because I don't think they've any balls. And if they did show up at my front door, they'd be in for the rude awakening. They can be quite unfriendly too. Are young ladies who want to get me to be public property, then I'm game for an STD. Oh yeah, Mrs. Ojaj mentioned this comment in particular because she is a common moderator and it came up. So she hopes you're keeping well, George. All sorts of scumbags out there around. Yeah. I am midway. I like trying to ID people's location within a few 100 square meters. I don't know about that shit. But then warn them if they are making it too easy. Like a great hacker or of social. All hams can be doxed. It's kind of public and open what we do. It's not a secret. It's not encrypted or anything by law, you know. That's quite right. But you do have to be relatively careful. I mean, you don't say that you're on the amateur radio there, you're making a QSO with somebody, you don't tell them, you know. I live at 42 West Street, whatever, you know. The world is full of weirdos. It is. He's the first to have been on the tower. No cards connected or control cable for the rotator. 11 meter vertical, which is still in its box in the shed. Nice home by the back door. Jeez, George really isn't into it. I get that. Dipoles for 4.6 VHF broadcaster in plastic bag. Jesus, George, you really don't do amateur radio. They are not under various reasons that makes sense. Okay, press funny, yeah. And you could easily talk to the States. If at first you don't get through, fire up the linear, and I do have a linear of an FL2100Z, which I believe is good for 1200 watts if you really crank her up. Oh, yes, I. I'll find out a Japanese box there, oh, yes, that's finished. Fine machine. Let's see, who else have we got here? She's not good. No, she's in bed reading the chat on her phone. That's where she is. Creepy chipmunk. Yeah, in fairness, you won't find me caught on anywhere on the internet anyway, so I'm probably being a bit overcautious. Never joined QRZ. Never published it in the call list or any of that. No interest in QSL cards, to be quite honest. Don't give a fuck about them. I just want to have a chat with someone on shortwave. That's fair enough. Don't do QSL cards. Don't do EQSLs. No, don't know. If I'm talking to you and you give me a report and you tell me I'm 4-7 or 5-9 or whatever it be, that's good enough for me. I don't want a card off you. So what am I going to do with it? John had hundreds, if not thousands, of QSL cards from all over the world, and they all went to fucking skip. You know, it's just crap. There's no point, really. Or if like Ave, yeah, this big thing about hiding his parents. Ave is hit and miss, though, I think. You know? What's this? Chipmunk has figured out that I'm in Ireland. That's pretty fucking good. You are, I tell you, Sherlock Holmes hasn't a patch on you, boy. That doesn't mean I want you to turn around and say that I live at coordination mark, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, by blah, blah, grid square, blah, blah, blah, or whatever. If you figure it out, you can send me an email. Oh, 25 clicks from Clarkstown transmitter. Oh, bollocks. What the fucking narrowing it down now? Or it could be just saying that, of course. Yeah, it could be just saying that. I'll be living inside Clarkstown transmitter for all you know. I'm just saying, oh no, there's Clarkstown. That's why RTE just blasts in across everything. Anyway, I have a lot of QSL cards under my G1 console. I'd skipped a lot. You see, there's the thing. What's the point? There's an awful lot about amateur radio I don't understand, because what I did was, I went to a club in South Dublin, which by the way is absolutely fucking nowhere near where I live. It was an awful drive to get there. So that either widens your search or narrows your search. I'm not sure which. Well, it puts a black hole on the map for you anyway, that you know online. But did all the shit to get the theory to pass the test. Did the test. But never... What did I not do? I never looked into QSL cards. I never did any of that. I just... When I got the licence off Comrade, I started making QSOs on shortwave and 2 meters and whatever. But I never did any more than that. Never joined any amateur radio club or anything. I don't even know if I should or I shouldn't, or I'm the fucking bog. Just made QSOs and I got never did the more side or no. 3 letter call sign. I might do someday, but I never could get the hang of it. I messed around with Mars a few times, couldn't get the hang of it. I could do the letters, but when the letters came to words, it doesn't that interest. You have to have the interest, don't you? Dulcie, yeah, well, like you still have to narrow it down, could be 30 miles either side, or in, or I could have moved. Anyway, let's not turn this into a where I live thing, because I'll lose the head and I'll turn it off, and that'll be the end of it forever. Find the electric fence, you'll be close enough. I have for the lad there leaning against the phone box. He'll give you the directions to not inside you. Coming to the night. What can we do? We can do something with that. White Rose has earned oh yeah. Poll, right, the poll has been completed. 83% of arseholes think I should do a live QSO. Someday I might maybe possibly do that. Right. And so on. Would you believe what? Unless you design Chinese torches, the SOS is essential. And a shot that counts on me. Not to mention the crack. No comedy loves a crack. I'm going to be careful, because the CIA will think I'm a fucking drug dealer with all this crack floating around. George Christophe was not a Morse code fan. I don't blame him. Of course, my old pal John there was not a fan of modulating RF by any standard. Only into switching on and off. And he was very good at it too. But I don't think it was right that the CQ boys. Chipmunk, I'm not gonna fucking okay that. You're gonna have them arseholes down on my ass like nothing. There'll be black helicopters landing in my garden if I okay that. Let's change it slightly, alright? I'm doing this for you, Chipmunk. This is actually ticking a few boxes for me. For various reasons which I won't discuss. The Crackle has had enough. He's going to bed and I don't blame Mr. Crackle. Thank you for coming into the chat. Your interactions with me tonight. And it's good to see you here. It's good to see that the live stream is getting more and more views, and we'll see you in the next one. Thanks very much. Who are the CIA? Well, I don't know. Let Rowney Mooney explain to you who CIA are. Well, I don't want to say who CIA. But I'll give you a hint, right? I'll give you a hint, Georgie. Oh, that makes sense. It might do. I don't know. Jeez, we're doing well here. We're after the 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. And we still have several people. At least the bus drivers union. No, you see, crowd of words ages. The Floyd Jelly knows the Floyd style is. CIA is Chorus Import Air, which roughly translates into the Transport Company of Ireland, who were responsible at one time for all transport in Ireland, be it public or free. Except for there was 700 for free. There was 726 freight licenses for lorries in Ireland, and CIA owned 720 of them. So there was 6 people in Ireland that had private lorries that were licensed for haulage. The rest were owned by the state. Yes, Ireland's a mad fucking place. But a bit like London Transport, a bit like a shit version of London Transport. I served my time as a mechanic in CIA. I like that Roundy Mooney. Yeah. They did, however, the lads collectively actually voted a communist, a real life communist. There's not few of them in Ireland. A real life communist onto the board of CIA as a worker director last year, which was quite interesting. As I say, I used to work for them. I don't work for them anymore. I work for someone else now. I made a few career choices which probably haven't been ideal, but anyway, I'm not going to get into personal stuff. I do, however, quite enjoy buses, and still continue to enjoy buses and the history of CIA. The modern stuff isn't so good. Little flies in the shed in fucking October. It's hard to believe that it's October already. I can't get over it. They were disarmed as part of the Good Friday. The thing is, they didn't go away around you, you know that. They were disarmed in 1987 with the breakup of CIA into 3 separate countries, which were primarily Dublin Bus, Busairn and Irish Red. However, CIA still lives to this day. Yeah, fruit flies, they're everywhere. My in-laws are absolutely overrun with them, and I've got quite a few myself, even in the shed, which is strange, because there's nothing in here. And I know I left a few empty cans in here a couple of nights ago. 2 or 3 weeks ago, I left a couple of empty cans in here, but I don't know. Provisional and continuity CIA. Here. This could get down a dark road. Let's stop. Yeah, it's the fruit flies. No, it's the weather or something, but they've gone nuts. The couch makers were the worst, by the way, Ray. Noel Conway retracted his message. He probably said something particularly nasty about CIE train mechanics. That was called the flying snail. It wasn't it. The early one was. The other one, the later one, the flying snail was replaced with the broken wheel, which probably isn't much better for the transport company. Which they paid some fucking Danish design company an extortionate amount of money in 1965 to come up with. And this is it. That's it. A broken wheel. They paid thousands and thousands for that. Maybe. This, by the way, has nothing to do with CIE or Irish Transport. That is my father's English bus licence, which he gave to me on my wedding day. He was a bus driver for a company called Midland Red. While he took a break, he took a sabbatical out of British Rail for 6 months to go off and be a bus driver. And then he got sent back onto the railways. But he wanted to go into Midland Red because his father had been a Midland Red bus driver as well. I would say that the ESB, I would put them in order as follows, Jerry. From best to worst. ESB, Aer Lingus, P&T, CIE. Would you agree? For the Kilkenny Reg. No, Kilkenny was for KK was for Midlands. He explained to me how it worked, but I can't remember now. It's something to do with. It was MM was for Midlands, and then they ran out of numbers, and then they just decided to go KK. So KK was a Midlands bus license. Then down in London, I think you had East London, West London, North London, South London, and so on. And then there was North England, NE, and there was SE, and so on. George Christophe knows. KK is the Northampton DVSA office identifier. Right. Must be it. I'm probably talking shite then. I don't know. He explained it to me on my wedding day. Well, at this time of the stage, I'm like a few jars. I would or had the chance of cadetship, but never pursued it with Aer Lingus. Regret it to this day, but I had to go with the job I had. Well, that's fair enough, Rowney. Don't regret it. I'm sure life has worked out for you alright. Can't remember anything he said. Yeah. Well, here's one, right? As the thing that I just showed you. Here's one. I never figured this out. So, there's a 4-digit number on it. And it says Stewie Thor. Now, I'm not an Irish expert by any sense, but Stewie Thor means director. So, I don't know what that badge was for. And then I got 2 others here. This is the cap badge that they wore up until 66. And that was the one from after 66 to around 1980. interesting if you're into that kind of shite. For this cat badge, I'd love to find out what happened in the press for knocking them out, because it's just copper, and they had a die for spitting them out of copper sheet. But needless to say, that went missing. It's a nice machine to have now to be able to spit them out. Maybe, I don't know. The only third term I've heard director in CIA was the board of directors. They wouldn't have been wearing badges on their nice three-piece suits. I don't know. I need to do further investigation into that one. Now, an interesting story with Aer Lingus. One of the fellas that used to come into the TV shop, who was the white goods man, who used to come in and used to buy all the white goods bits off John. We supplied all that stuff from Quint Spares, you know, the belts and the rubbers and the door seals and switches and all that kind of shit for washing machines and dishwashers. But he was an ex-avionics man. Now, he served his time in the RAF, but he went into Aer Lingus afterwards. And he worked there for, he probably was in Aer Lingus for about 20 years before. He had some sort of an unfriendliness with a farmer and he walked out. But he was telling us one day that they had this consultancy crowd in that were looking at, you know, what do you call it? Working time and all that kind of time and motion. Time and motion, man. Came into Aer Lingus. This was in the mid-80s. And Time and Motion Man came in anyway. And they'd asked Chris. Now, Chris was on the avionics, right? And he was doing nothing, whatever he was at. And the farmer come down and he says, I want you to show this Time and Motion Man around the workshop and give him a tour of the whole site. So Chris agreed and brought him around and brought him down through the hangars. And there was no planes in the hangars. There was one plane in for the Sea Rock. But there was nothing else around. They walked along anyway. Nothing happened. Your man was asking, like, where is everyone? I don't know. They're here, there. Then they walked out onto the apron or whatever and around. And there was a few lads doing line maintenance and stuff. Nothing special happening. Then they went up into the canteen. And the canteen was full of fellas playing cards and smoking and doing all sorts of shit that they shouldn't have been doing. And the Time and Motion fella looked at Chris and he says, the fuck is this? All these fellas are in the canteen drinking tea and smoking and playing cards and acting a maggot. Chris said, well, it's simple. This is good. And your man said, how is this good? This is an awful waste of money. Look at all these men standing around. And Chris said to him, he says, no, you're missing the point. If all these fellas are sitting around scratching their bollocks, that's good, because it means all the planes are up in the air making money. They're not broken on the ground. When these fellas are busy, that's when we're losing money. Not when they're scratching their bollocks. The fellas cost nothing compared to the downtime of the airplanes. Of course, this was 100% right. But it's interesting. Time Motion Man didn't say it that way. Time and motion is bullshit. It is. I worked under Time and Motion for a short while, and it's fucking nonsense because it took more time filling out the Time and Motion paperwork than it did actually to do the job. chipmunk is loving Ireland more and more through the stream. Hello, Brum. Adam. Good night, Rowden. Thank you for coming in. Go on, Stewie Tarmeans, what? Oh, yeah, lovely. That was the sort of shit that went on round me. But I know a fella who worked for the ESB. Now, I don't know if he was actually worked for the ESB or he was a contractor too. He was the brother of a chap that I worked for in CID. The chap that I worked with in CID was a mad cunt called Kieran, right? And we actually, Kieran retired a couple of months ago, probably about 6 months ago now. And he did 49 years in CIE as a mechanic. He's a fucking loon, right? But he's got long hair and a big beard, right? And his brother was the same, long hair and a big beard, but he worked in ESB. But I'm not sure I don't think he actually directly worked for ESB. I think he was subcontracted. But he used to work 6 months on, 6 months off. Right? So he'd work for 6 months, go into labour for 6 months, work for 6 months. And this was back in the 80s, 90s. Right? But they would pay him 24/7. So we got, well, I don't know how many hours are there in 7 days? 148 or something. This is what this fella was getting for 6 months straight. And he's working in the towers down in Pillbeg. I don't know what they were doing. Some engineering magic. He was a welder by trade. But this is what they were getting. And they go down there and they drink tea and they'd get more money than cents for 6 months. Then you go down to a scratcher for 6 months. So, you know, ridiculous shit. Work study. Well, there's ways around work study. I know lads that were working in a workshop and they were overhauling vehicles. In particular, they were overhauling Bedford TKs. And whatever it was about so the work study fella come in and he says, right, I'm going to watch you overhauling this, the engine out of the Bedford TK, whatever it's called, the 330 or whatever. Gainer said, all right, yeah, we'll do this. Work study. So they put the engine up on the bench. And instead of stripping it down and all like they would usually do, and they usually, you know, they'd strip it down a day. They would take their time as well, but, you know, they'd strip the engine down and have it back together in, you know, 2.5 days. You know, acting the bollocks, but, you know. They stretched it out to over a week. Because what they did was, where they would have just stripped it down and all, did all that, you know, got the new shells, bearings, liners and stuff, and pistons, piston rings, banged it all back together. They got out the Bedford manual for the engine. And the Bedford manual went into all this grammatic detail about how to, you know, check piston ring gaps and all and get the feeler gauges out and the blue tacky stuff that you use for checking the clearance and the big ends and all this kind of stuff. And they dragged it out. And your man kept saying, do you have to do this? It's in the book. It's down by the book. I have to follow the manual for the engine. So that, and they couldn't argue with it. So the work study for that, on this time of motion, you turned out to be 2.5 weeks for this engine that you could knock together in a day if you had to. So you could fuck around with it and make it work in your favour. I think you are right, Roundy. That name rings a bell. Yeah, and availability allowance. I seem to remember that being mentioned as well. Yeah. Rob Adams says, nice Avo display. You want to see an Avo display? Some night I'll put them all on the bench. It's getting a bit out of hand. This one I must get into. But like more things to be getting into. There's so much stuff here. I'll tell you. Does anyone have any tryout valves for my aforementioned sad valveless radio? Has anyone got any PM2 HLs or PM2As? We need 2 PM2HLs or equivalent and PM2A output. Or listen, shortwave 3. Yeah, I'm interested to see this working. Should be interesting. I'll see if there's any trials at the old goblet. But I'm not holding my breath, to be honest. We've 21 watching now. I think people are starting to die off. I think it's getting a little bit late for people. And I can understand that. It's starting to get a little bit late for me too, or what. Stewie thought means conductor in this context. Jerry, thanks very much. I always thought that, and I found it quite, yeah, that's fair enough. Thanks, Jerry. That's right, Ray. Work study was done by people who had no idea what you worked on or how to do it even. Yeah, that's quite right, White Sapphire, yeah. Now, like, isn't it terrible the way people had to work? But you know, that's come into it again. Hasn't gone away, you know, because now in jobs you're in, they're giving you these tablets and smartphones. You have to click off and you do this and you do that and whatever. There's just, it's the working man is just treated as something to stand on. No, I certainly have enjoyed it, Roundy. It's been quite instrumental now. It's been quite interesting. This privatisation has been a scourge on the UK. It surely has. I wonder has the battery in this recovered at all to come on? No. I'm going to have to charge up the LT battery on this by the sound of it. It's sad, isn't it? Right, lads, I'm going to go in for a second, then I'll come back out. And I'll give it another maybe 15 minutes after I come back out. Right, I'm not going to just knock it on the head straight away just yet.
40 seconds, come on. I can do.
But in Dublin, you know, there's a pathological issue. They're going over maybe 9 or 10, so 40, 50. I mean, what about mortgages in Japan? They do 70-year mortgages.
Right.
Look at something like that as a
We'll be back in a minute, and
making affordability.
we'll have a few minutes of the old live chat.
Remember, that's
And I'll
going to be
probably
the big
knock
issue
it
going
off.
down the tracks.
I'll knock it off before we get to what I'm talking about.
The repayability piece for buyers. So anything that makes it easier. I mean, we look at, I listened to Minister Harris this morning speaking about student accommodation. Jardim Cree did a very, very successful Section 50 student accommodation piece all those years ago. Why not do that again? Where you have a whole lot of planning on college campuses.
But can you see from a government or a political perspective how, you know, they might be afraid to again get into that sort of mix with developers and property developers where they start offering tax incentives and it might drag them reputationally, if you like, back to 2008, 2007. Do you think that that's part of the process?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, the Department of Finance has 100 years now, proudly saying no. So I'm not certain about that. I think we are in an emergency situation. We should be looking at every option. I mean, if you keep looking back, you're never going to go forward.
So if you could talk to the dogs on the street about this, they'll all come up with the same answer. It's supply, supply, supply. When you hear the government talking about the targets they have for 2022, 2023, given everything you said about the cause nature of another project, do you think that those figures that the government are presenting are realistic?
I think they're ambitious targets, and there's nothing wrong with targets. I don't think they're going to be met for the reasons I've outlined. We don't have enough soil land, we don't have enough water. It's not going to happen, and until we fix our planning system, which we will discuss later, then we're not going to get the action we need. It's a possibility.
And just in terms of how, you know, investors who you might partner with from outside Ireland are viewing our country now, are you getting a sense that there's more of a focus on the regulatory process and how much that gobbles up time and money, and you know, is there a growing aversion to coming here?
Oh, well, I don't think there's a growing aversion to coming here because we are, at the end of the day, a good, stable democracy. I'm not certain how long that'll last, but we're a good, stable democracy. I mean, there is certainty. I mean, certainty is the key for any investment decision. I'm going to get my money back. Am I going to make a return? Is my taxation treatment going to be fair?
Is there a market? Is there a buyer?
But
that's, I mean, from an investment point of view, that's just the biggest question.
Yeah, well, that's the biggest question, but yes, there is. And there is plenty of money out there all the time. But it's going to be, it's a tight market. And, you know, we're going to have competitors for that capital traveling all over the world. So it's not a simple, easy, peasy bureaucracy handle. It's a big issue for every investment decision.
But it's just for me, you're listening to News Talks Taking Stock, and I'm talking to AJ Newman, who is Managing Director of the Lunellan Group. AJ, just coming to that issue of planning, something that I think has bedeviled the industry, and not just this industry, lots of industries who are building infrastructural projects, is this issue of judicial review. Can you just talk to me about the prevalence of that in the kind of building landscape at the moment?
Well, I think the best way to look at it is in very simple figures. In 2019, there was 508 units in Dublin in judicial reviews. By 2020, that had gone up to 5,800. So, I mean, that figure is startling. And it's a huge issue for the industry. It breeds fear. Fear again is back to the investment decisions. I mean, how we go to the JR? Is someone going to walk into the High Court on a Friday afternoon? And I would say for the judiciary in the sense that it's done on an ex-parte basis. And once it's in, you're...
Right, let's see how many people are left alive here, because it is getting very late, obviously, and I apologise for holding you so long, maybe, perhaps. Let's see, who's still here? George is here. You know, I forgot me drink of water. Go out. Hold on for a second. Sorry. Now, apologies. Let's see where we're at here. Do give me a second just to catch up with the. Yeah, Ray, I need to get down to you, and I will make contact with you. But Jesus Christ, it just won't stop here lately. There's all sorts of shit going on in the background. I'm sure you can relate. Chipmunks back. I hope George is still with us. His battery was down to 1%. He's back here. Yeah, he's alright. All the foreign nationalised industries seem to be earning out of the UK. I will allow that, Chipmunk. Of course. No cowbells. No cowbells. I didn't swing the door open hard enough, so. Water? Yeah, water. Well, there's no stout left in the fridge. There's no gargle left in the gaff. George, so it's going to be a drink of water. Spot the tossers in the audience. They don't have to work tomorrow. Maybe they work shift, Jerry. I don't know. There's 18 people watching. And one of those is me. So that's 17 people watching, really. So it probably is rolling around time to say goodnight. This is 4 hours, 38 minutes of shy talk. We're getting no patch in. I'm not going near that shit again. It gave me an awful hangover last Sunday. I only had it last one. Shy. I actually do lie. There is a can of beer in the fridge, but I'm not going to drink it after drinking Guinness all night. I tell myself. Do we believe in our time? Fairy tale told to kids. Well, you know, I have toyed with the idea of just jacking it all in and going on the scratch. Because I think you're as well off at times. Hang on to the one. Well, I probably can now, Jerry, to be fair. But what, yeah, there's 17 people watching, and there could be less than that, actually. I don't know. No, Roundy, you will send me an email. So go to the Odgenodge thing and click on that and go to the About Odgenodge, and then you will see an email address, which is odgenodgeodge@gmail.com. Ah, no, it wasn't that bad. No, it was grand, Ray. It was the next day. Just got a mad hangover, which wasn't right. No, it was grand going into the house, watched a bit of telly for an hour and all, went to bed and it was fine, but must be dodgy. Can't be right. Shouldn't do that to you. Man, Rowney, I love this, says Chipmunk. Well, I'm glad someone loves it. The only problem is, Chipmunk, not enough people love it. That is the thing. I don't know. Here's it, right. For the few poor helpless gobbers that are left. And you know, we could get into a few things here. If the few of you here are amenable, because I'm planning to have a lie in the morning, so I'm alright for a while yet now, to be fair. For the few hardcore odds nodders, the other people who were weedy and died off early might miss out. But I am into getting into a bit of stuff here, if you are in the humour. I don't know. Let's see now. I'm trying to think. Right. We won't get all philosophical at this hour of the evening. However, we can see, you know. You know, I wish I had found YouTube many years ago. It would have kept me out of an awful lot of trouble. Not that I was ever in any trouble, but I think you would have had a lot of fun had I been around. Here is a poll for the few of you that are still watching. Because I often wonder what I'm at. And I don't know if I'm getting anywhere or getting nowhere at times. I reckon it was bad stuff, right? I reckon it was bad stuff, alright. I wasn't. Shouldn't do that to you. But what did I do? I had 4 cans of beer. And then a glass of that. And my head was banging in the morning. I know that, George, but now here's the thing. There's one thing to be said about having subscribers. But there's a couple of YouTube channels that I look at. And they've loads of subscribers. There's no one watching them. So, like, you know, you have a channel. Let's say if I'm not talking about yourself. I'm talking about, you have a channel with say 5,000 subscribers, and they get 200 views on a video. They're wasting their fucking time, right? And I look at my channel, and I've got 2,174 subscribers right now, right? And I can go and check that out. Go as I'm live streaming to you. I can check this and I can go, yeah, 2,174 viewers, right? Subscribers. But the most views I would get in a video, so the last video that blew up was on the Murphy television, and I think there's about 950 views, just under 1,000 views on that after 7 days. But generally, a video would do between 3 and 500 views, and that would earn me, in monetary terms, between maybe €1 and say €2 in the first day, right? It's not, but if you're getting 200-300 views with 2,000 subscribers, what are the other 1,700 fuckers doing? I think there's an awful habit that a lot of people on YouTube have, is they see a video that they like, it comes up, and they go click subscribe, and they never ever watch it again. So I don't know. I don't see a future in it either. At the same point, I forgot a million. Yeah. Some channels struggle for years and suddenly explode. They do, but it doesn't always work out either after the explosion. Fran Blanche exploded after she did that video on the Apollo or whatever it was. I can't even remember. And then after that, it went downhill again for her because, she had one video that, it was on the UFO. It was on the UFO, and that video exploded. And then after that, it all went downhill. I don't know what she's at there. I think she's happy enough at the minute, but it goes when you think, this is great. And then, but these people, they watch that video, blows up, they subscribe, they never watch it again. And you often see that, like, I can look, when I look at the YouTube analytics and so on and forth, I can click in and see who subscribed to me, if they're a public subscriber. And sometimes they're a public subscriber, and I see their name and their YouTube thing, and I click on them. And there's no subscribers, so they're not a content creator. And you look at their subscriptions to see who else are subscribed to, and they've 100,000 subscriptions, and you just know this arsehole's never going to watch my videos. So just because I have 2,174 subscribers doesn't mean that any of those people watch me. That's quite likely, Roundy. They sub and they don't click the bell. That's quite likely, yes. Your most popular video, George, has 500,000 views. Right. I can tell you what my most popular video is. I can tell you without even looking. But I'll have to look to tell you how many views I have. I got that email, by the way. So I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you tomorrow. I'm not going to look at the emails. I'll get back to you tomorrow. My most popular video Let's see, where do we go? It's an arse in itself, isn't it? Content. My most popular video is, yes, I should have remembered, is on the Black & Decker powered screwdriver. Let's see. View more. Let's see, how many views has this got? It's got 22,741 viewers. And by the way, this isn't actually it, because the one that it was shit itself and I fucked it out. This is another one. It didn't shit itself, but this one was better. So, I'll throw the other one out. So, 22,741 viewers. And one of my friends never stopped slagging me about it. Oh, here's a screwdriver. Oh, look at that screwdriver screw. Oh, look, we can nearly put a screw in. Oh. Right. 22,000 views. And that was a video, as I said to Mrs. Aldridge at the time, 2 or 3 years ago, never made it. I'm going out here to show me arse to the camera. And that's what I made a video on that for 5 minutes. On that blue. 500,000 views I do not have, but that's what I do have. Yeah, and I don't understand that, Jerry, why people subscribe to all these channels. I probably have about 30 subscriptions, 40 maybe. And I unsubscribe from people from time to time as I get fed up looking at them or whatever. The alien crap, yes. She means well, but she's mental. Well, there's a little bit of the ye-beggar maybe as well, you know. I'm getting thrown out of my lab, and then 6 months later, I'm getting thrown out of my new lab. I need a bigger shed, lads, you know. What he's going to do for me. They obviously did, yeah. In fairness, it's the greatest screwdriver ever made. 22,000 viewers on an electric screwdriver. Oh, yes. No, I think this is better than the one that you can lock the gearbox on. I had one of those as well. But this is an automatic locking gearbox. There's little roller pins that jam up onto the side of the annulus that lock it. Whereas the other one, you have to lock it manually. I think this is the better job, to be honest. I've used that dust as a screwdriver, even when it's flat. And it's got a good handle on it, and it's got good torque, and it makes a good screwdriver. It's not used by Dr. Hugh, Mr. Adam, now. Pat Short is a bad man. I never quite liked Pat Short. I always thought he was a bit something. I don't know. I never found him all that entertaining, to be quite honest. So that's pretty much it. So the screwdriver was my biggest. But would you agree with me? I don't know. How's me Paul doing? Let's see. Nobody has said it's going down the pan because they're all too fucking nice. 40% have said 5,000. 60% of it said 10,000. We'll end the poll. Oh, I'm not looking at that video, George. Second best street BD was class street planner years for. I don't know. Great grip on number 8. There it is. I think the YouTube channel will grow away, but what I'm not so happy about is the amount of views I'm getting. Which doesn't seem to be growing. Like on average, I'm getting the same views I was getting 2 years ago. You know, between 2 and 500 views per video. That figure needs to go up. Now, it's out of my control. It doesn't matter how good or bad my content is. It's it's up to YouTube. It's just, I wrote this into the chat as well, and just, instead of deleting it, I'm just going to throw it in there so you can write down where you think it's going to go if you feel like it as a response. I did see George's Russian response. I have mixed feelings about all that, which I'm not going to get into, but I do have this on standby, just in case it's needed. You never know, lads. After all, if it wasn't for the Russians, we'd all be speaking fucking German too. We can't forget that either. All the Germans were bad people. They were ruled by one man, and it's something similar. I know plenty of decent Russian people too. From what I've seen, says Jamie, there's twice as many people here tonight compared to last week. And twice as many the week before that. Well, I'm not sure. I'll have to look back. I thought there was definitely more people earlier on tonight than there was before. I think at one stage there were 37 people watching at the same time. Last week it could have gone up to 28. The week before, maybe 24, 25. We'll keep plugging away, but you do wonder what the point is. There was, I said to you earlier on, there's a fella doing Route Master videos. And he's getting mad views, I don't know, but then you have to get into all this editing shit and that. I'm not interested in all that, to be honest. I bang on the camera, I go, how are you doing? This is this, and this is that, and this is this. Winding down the weekend. I don't like what's for you, she likes everyone. One of my favourite transistor radios from the 80s is this Sanyo, of which I've had very many different incarnations. And what I was going to do was, I was going to whip the screws out of the back of it and show you the construction and why I like it so much. Would you be into a bit of that? Before I go into my lava. Let's put this down. I have to charge the heater battery in this tomorrow. It'll stop functioning. Half me wants to repair the cabinet and all and the rec scene and glue it all back together, and the other half of me says leave it as it is, because what do I say here? Come on now, if I don't say it in the comments I'm going to be annoyed. What do I always say about the condition of radios and televisions and stuff? Gaz isn't too impressed with some of the stuff that's going on. It's fair enough. Shout 41 when you joined. I didn't see that here, but possible, yeah. If we are getting political, as a Brit on an Irishman's channel, never judge a person by their government. No, we don't get into any of that here, Mr. Chipmunk. Don't fret. You would be very, very surprised on my personal political beliefs, believe me. But I'll never, ever get into them here. Because they've no fucking place. This is a technical channel. And what I will tell you is the only good politician is one that's in the ground. And we'll never get into any of that. And we won't discriminate against anyone for their political beliefs, no matter what they will be. If you're a person and you're into technically things, and you have something interesting to say, we shall entertain you. Right? I think the problem with the world today is, and here I am straining back into it, is that everyone has lost the middle ground. You know? There was a time when people, reasonable people, could have two different beliefs or ideals, and you know, they could differ, but they could meet in the middle about certain things. They could work together, they could play together, you know, they could play in a band together, wherever it be. There could be amateur radio people. Amateur radio was a wonderful word for everyone, all different walks of life to come together. Right? That has been lost with all this, you know, I think this and you're wrong. It's bollocksology. I've no time for it. I will accept anyone for whatever they are if they're reasonable people. Exactly. That's one of the things that puts me off Shango's channel, actually, is because he keeps bringing all this American politics into it, and it's bollocksology. I mean, at the end of the day, the thing with the US is, they every 4 years they have an election, and some arsehole gets in and whatever, but nothing never changes. It's nonsense. You know, and they scream Democrat or Republican or whatever. It's all the fucking same, right? One lot is backed by the petrochemical industry. The other one is backed by the pharmaceutical industry. So, you know, it doesn't. It's all a lot of shit. It's a long time since I opened one of these up. I used to have a lot of these, and they were all lost in the house mounds years ago. They're a great radio, if I can remember how to open them. That's it. Pop it apart. Screwdriver. And I just want to show you this because of how well they are constructed. Well, I think we will have to invest in a better camera at some stage due to the quality of this thing. However, it's doing the job. So this is the Sanyo, right? And this is quite good. So it's in 3 pieces instead of 2 as usual. And the front, I think, if I remember correctly, should pop off as well. Right? There you go, front and the knob comes off. And so there's the radio. The front and the back comes off. And it leaves you with this little chassis there over. Let's turn a big light for a second for a bit of light. It's so strongly constructed. Unbelievable. So we'll put a bit of spray on the doofer because it needs it. We'll use the Ambersil shit because it's supposed to be good. Yeah, no, these little Sanyos are lovely radios. And say I had a few different ones. Cleverly done. It is very cleverly done. They were way ahead of their trend. We used to have one of these years ago that they used to bring what the English people would say is cider drinking. We called, I can't say the word on YouTube because it'll block me, but I'll say it anyway, knacker drinking. The art of drinking cans of various alcoholic beverages underage in fields and ditches and so on. But we used to have one of these radios that we used to bring with us to listen to. And it got hopped out many's a hill and fell in the river and so on, but she was able to take it. She was a good joke for the bog. As a Kerry man would say about his Ferguson 35X, she was a good joke for the bog. That's it. But they're so strong. The construction of them, like they're really, really strong when you put the front and back in them and screw them together. So you can see a nice little machine. And I had a few different variations of these. I had one that only had FM medium wave. I had one that had FM medium wave and long wave, the same as this. I had one that had FM and 2 shortwave bands, and I also had one that had medium wave, long wave, and 2 shortwave bands, and no FM. So, but they're not something you see too much of now. But they were a very popular radio in the 80s, and as I say, very well constructed. And of course, mains operation on the side as well, in such a small form factor, which was probably fairly rare. Click back together. And look at the length of that screw. I mean, they're not messing around here. And she's British Standard 145 kite marked, so we need not worry. The house won't burn down tonight. Okie dokie, will she work a bit better now? Still noisy, is it? Maybe that amber still isn't as great as it lets on. Let's turn off the noisy light as well. I'm tempted to get one of those warm white low powered LEDs to light up the scale, because it has quite a nice scale in it. Probably use a lot less juice than the LED showing indicator, which seems to light up at the slightest hint of a signal or noise. So obviously the old electric shit in here is not doing it any favours. But
So I'll call one more second.
And people ran to the exit only to find that they were closed. Tonight, people gathered at the statue of the club mascot where they put flowers and candles. Alex lost a friend he watched football games with, but he didn't go on that fateful day. He hopes his friend, a father of 2 children, will get justice.
Okay, that's over.
I am in shock. I thought the atmosphere of football games had been getting better, more family-friendly.
Behind you, people are remembering the victims of the tragedy.
even that George was held. Even though you're very clever about how you wrote it. I'm going to be well knackered in the morning. I have no intention of saying the morning. I hope it is afternoon by the time John Joe hates up. No interest in the morning. Let's bring the camera back on the gower. Oh, we're on the World Service now. It's 1:15. Jesus, yeah, maybe I will be knackered in the morning.
Security forces in Iran are reported to have clashed with students at a prestigious university as anti-government protests continue. And the new military leader of Burkina Faso, who seized power on Friday, has said urgent reform is needed in the four sectors. In the past couple of days, Ukraine has shown it can push back despite Vladimir Putin's annexation of swathes of Ukrainian territory and nuclear threats.
Ah, yes. Bushing. Yeah, never heard of it as that. Bushing. Yeah. Shocking. Oh, yes. Oh, so, unbelievable. You know, I left the door of the shed open. All this shit is flying into the T12 lamp. You literally pull the back off. They can not use a screwdriver over there. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. The American sets, yeah.
We reach Ukrainian positions in the city of Bakhmut. We can't say where, but the Russians are close, we are told. Just 400 meters away. Troops are standing their ground here.
It's getting a bit boring. The whole pattern on the speaker is lovely, actually. Yeah, I don't know, it's quite nice. Mr. McCann's motorbike. That's that little fucking fence again. Yeah, the old Brexit nuts. It's nuts. Right, lads, I've had enough. I'm going to bed. It's been quite a long, but however, interesting night. I had no intention of this dragging on. I like to look at the Bush 161. Sadly, 20% VAT in the UK if I found one. Try. You'd be lucky to find one as well. I think I have the bottle. I think I don't know how many of the 161s I have. The Irish ones, I've 4, I think. They don't come up too often now at this stage. UKCA had to become a thing fast. Yeah, it's a bit of a mess. Right, lads, I'm going to say goodnight. We were at 41 at one stage. We're at 17 now. Lads are going to bed, and I'm going to bed. Mrs. Ojange will want to go to bed. It's been quite an interesting live stream. Probably the best live stream we've had yet. Would you agree? I think it's been quite good. I think it's being very informative. I think next Sunday's live stream will be even more informative. Please do welcome your technically minded friends along for an interesting chat. We shall hopefully get maybe one video out during the week. I have noticed that you know when you take something apart and you forget to put something back when you're finished. This fucking thing's supposed to be inside that Murphy television. So I'm gonna have to take it back off that. Although look at the video during the week on the Murphy television. Like, look at the quality that went into it. They shined it. Who in their right mind polishes a panel for the inside of a television to a mirror shine? Look. They were head cases. But in the right way. Anyway, it is time to say goodnight. You're done well with this stream. I don't think even Clive has gone this long. Me, I'm Cream Cracker, being a good stream. Yes, the best yet. I hope so. Thank you all, those of you who are still awake, for joining me on this live stream. It's been very good. I have enjoyed this a lot now, I must say. And I must say that I do get a bit of crack out of this, to be fair. Right? I do enjoy doing this. Right? And I thank you all for your support. Financial and otherwise, there was a couple of little donations during the night as well, which aren't forgotten. That's a big deal here. So thank you all very much. We'll catch you again live next Sunday, all being well. I'll let you know during the week. In the meantime, we might get one video out on something during the week. Otherwise, if we don't, we'll see you next Sunday. Please God, we'll be able to make the time for you. Otherwise, I wish you all a very good week. And mind yourselves. Thank you all very much once again. It's been quite good. It's been the best, yeah. Definitely. Thank you all. Good night. Good night. I've said enough. Good night.